Oi, oi. Hello. I am here. Hi. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. We were gonna go and kick the Pyre hearts in the teeth. I almost forgot. Okay. After having reached the fetid swamps of Cold Moat, you volunteer to survey the grounds. You prepare to head out. However, your companions have beat you to it in this case. Tizo indicates that he and Pamatha are going to scout the area this time. They depart, leaving you to rest up. When they later return with nothing much to report, you are feeling better, and are in the midst of deciding which of your vocations to pursue. Hello, Bertrude. Oh yeah, that's right. Volfred has a thing in the Beyonder Crystal that we can do. My lord. Oh, and we can talk to Sandra again. Please, reader, leave me be. I ask that you leave me be. Go about your business. Go. Watch the stars die out, and get your idiots their freedom. And you'll be sure to tell that herald with whom you consort that Sandra the Unseen did her job. You tell him that. Oh, she's an apparition from the age of Emperor Solium Mur, who pursued him into exile. Baby! Lauren's here! Yay! Perhaps that way he shall put in a good word, and the scribe shall finally provide me with a bit of reprieve. She falls silent for a time. I do not know what else to do, reader. But you remain with her, letting her draw whatever strength and comfort from your thoughts as you are able to afford. I am. I love my girlfriend, and I have no problems with telling her that. That was kind of you. However, let us conduct our business. I do not care for your pity. Do not come visit me again like this, without my asking. I insist. I shall gladly oblige, my reader dear. Who is to be the lucky one this time? Alright, Volfred, your turn. You ask Sandra to administer one of her special trials for Volfred. That fancy-talking sap, you mean? I shall be interested to see if he has learned something since last we sparred like this. Then let us bring him forth. Soon Volfred appears in heat of the summons. So it is my turn then, is it? Then let us see what we can do, my kid. The apparition Sandra appears and unfastens her mask. Listen well, Sap. You answer to me here. As you will, O Sandra the Unseen. Proper as ever, then. Though I wonder if you have the wherewithal that you project. Are you calling me a tree? How dare you? Show me, then, what you could do without the benefit of those whom you would lead, and let us see if you and your lovely reader have reached a thorough understanding as of yet. Rap! Okay. Hello? That was weird. Wolfred's abilities are so weird. He moves so slow. Crap. Really, if you could pick a race for me to be in this game, you would choose a sap. Why? Explain your reasoning. I don't know how I won that. That felt like a fluke. I do not like how the sap characters play. They're so clunky. No, I am not turtly enough for the Turtle Club. I am grateful for the privilege of your time, Cassandra. Flattery shall never get you anywhere with me, Sap. Nevertheless, your performance was sufficient, and you have passed my test. Thus, congratulations are in order to you and to your lovely reader. Now, farewell. Dandy vibes? Really? You'd call me a dandy? Really?
Serio cubrare.
I have not seen that Sandra in some time. She has not changed a bit. But it would seem she left something for us, did she? Lose bow. Wolfred's blink ability transports him further than usual. Oh, that's really good. Oh yeah, I forgot about Burchard. Seriously? I would not, I'm not a, what? Really? I mean, I'm flattered, but I don't see it. You approach Bertrude just as she finishes polishing the various bottles, flasks, and vials that your fellow exiles have collected during your travels through the downside. The evidence of thy travels, how brazenly ye put them on display. Ye tempt these lands to swallow ye. She lets out a long breath. Nonetheless, these trinkets stir our emotions, not merely of these lands, but of the country whence we came. I don't see it. I really don't. Know, reading one, that we are here because of Sandalwood. We met him long ago within the southern bogs. He offered many courtesies, and in exchange we found it agreeable. We sought then certain reagents necessary to our studies of the heavens and the earth. And he knew where to procure them. In exchange, we were to boil for him our finest inks, a certain recipe, notorious, yet secrets. Its stain we could never remove. Oh, but the Commonwealth misliked it. 'Twas when we first began collecting samples of the regions of the downside, for Sandalwood was ever true to his word. Long had we studied this cursed place, Black Basin, the chaos of the deathless tempest, the richness of the bogs of the flagging hands, lands so far away, and yet they called to us. If molten Milithy was able to traverse the downside in its entirety an age ago, then surely 'twas not beyond the reckoning that we could do the same. Furthermore... But she hesitates. It matters not, reading one. Thou hast indulged our tales long enough, for now. She slithers away without further explanation. She seems reluctant to discuss the circumstances of her past with Volfred, yet you sense that she is here by choice. Yay, we finally got her bio. Let's go. She is the bog dweller once feared and respected in the Commonwealth for her sorceress work. She was born under the Pyre star, the 22nd of second moon, suggesting she is introspective and thoughtful. Crime conspiracy. She was an accomplice to an illegal stamping press operation, providing inks and other materials. Her motive? Insurrection. The records state she demonstrated a willful disregard of Commonwealth doctrine. She has actually been exiled longer than anyone else. Even Sandalwood. She has been in exile for 21 years. That is the longest record I've seen on anybody so far. Wow. If you need someone cursed or guarantees of fortune on a big day, or to consort with elder patrons such as Ulfim Unburied or Maris Needle Eyes, he died repenting and did not linger in his grave for very long at all. And Maris Needle Eyes, it was widely held that nothing beneath the heavens is beneath his notice. Yeah, Jodario was here for what, almost 10? You would go and see Big Bertrude. She was one of the most famous alchemists of her day, and plied her trade right under the Commonwealth's nose without regard. Ironically, it was a modest-sounding request for printing inks that ultimately got her into trouble, resulting in her exile. In the downside, her reputation has preceded her, and she simply resumed her practice. Money. We're going for money, correct? I believe that's what we're going for, yes? Money? Swamp Tails. Do you sense something Falcon Ron values here? Some of the vegetation here is strong enough to have its uses. And Mind Rocks. Some claim these stones will speak to you if you run your hand against them hard enough. Money. Lost heirlooms. Something that you found within the flagging hands. Uh-oh.
You are nothing, reader. Nothing but a mindless cripple.
Rude!
Your every action is a stain upon the legacy of the 8 scribes. The rites have been a long-held secret to keep out those such as you.
You dick! How dare you! Yeah, I don't really think we need to, mentor anybody. The only one that really needs it is Volfred. You wake up from what little sleep you have managed this past night. Once more, the voice torments you within your dreams. You attempt to rid your memory of it. If the voice truly is that of Archjustice Androbolus the 11th himself, as Volfred indicated, then none of you are likely to receive too warm of a welcome should you regain your freedom. Alright, and now we're going up against the Pyre Hearts here. Ow. Deep in the darkest corners of the flagging hands, you find a messenger imp looking to bring you the latest news and rumors from the other side. This time around, the imp brings tidings of Sir Gilman and what happened to him since his liberation at the fall of Solium, when at last his self-imposed exile came to an end. You learn that his return to the Commonwealth was met with much rejoicing, and that before long he was promoted to the rank of Veiled Captain of the Blood Border. And yet, with tears welling in his eyes, he did refuse the post, stating that he no longer had the heart to fight against the Highwing remnants as he once did. He then cast down his helmet, and when next anyone saw him, he was among Volfred's agents, having joined the revolution to reshape the Commonwealth from within. You thank the messenger in for the report, and salute it crisply as surely Sir Gilman would have. Soon, the news has everyone in the wagon talking. Tizo feels inspired by the news of Gilman's selfless actions. red ought have been bottled and thus set aside for us to use in various salves.
Noble Gilman made the gallant choice, it seems. Our plan comes closer to fruition through his good example and support.
One of the Sea Dominion's own, laying down his arms by his own choice. I'm honestly surprised, even having known him. Do you think one day that I can be as brave as him? Because I don't always think I can. The news of Gilman's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with a newfound resolve. Your companions have gained 1+ hope for the next rite. Wish him good fortune. That's weird. He didn't have a, like a little excerpt. Most of the other people that we've liberated have sent us a message from the other side. Gilman did not. That's odd. I'm sure I'll get another chance for you to hear it again, Deej. Oh, hey, you guys. You know... Ooh, excuse me. You know, Dad here, he doesn't like talking much, but don't get weirded out by that or anything, because I think he likes you, especially if you keep buying stuff. Okay, let's grab that flame leech. The rest of the stuff I don't really think we need. We can save the rest of the money that we have. There ain't too many other things here I would consider getting, Deej. At this point, if we're gonna harvest resources, soul might not be bad, but we might want to start looking for stardust. They're leaving, Dad. Just look at how much we got this time. Alright, Tizo's having an early dinner. Faye is feeling out of sorts. Pamitha is not feeling so well. Bertrude is anointing the grounds. Volfred is sketching the enviros. And Tarek is composing his ballads. Sandra's talking to herself. Okay, we have a conundrum here. 2 of our characters are out because of summoning or banishment sickness. So only Tizo, Volfred, and Bertrude can undertake this next rite. Considering this team, we should be fine. We're going up against the Pyre Hearts. This shouldn't be that tough. It shouldn't be. The night grows dark over the pit of Milithi, and you and your companions stand prepared at the appointed place at the appointed time. Faye and your fellow exiles exchange expectant looks, some with each other, some with you, though everyone is rather quiet now in one another's company. You sense a vague concern in Volfred, perhaps having to confront the Pyre Hearts once again. As for Tizo, he seems very much at peace, awaiting for the stars to signal the commencement of the rite. He does not have to wait very long. Instinctively, you clutch the Book of Rites as the stars above take hold of everyone's attention. Alright. This is all the Titan stars. So far we've done Dullness by Lanthius, the Tattered Mantle, Erizek, Yizlok, Endriga, Shax, Lord Gandroth, and I think that's it so far. So we still need to do... Unfathomed Plurnies is quickness, and that scares me. Especially fighting against the worms, it will be very difficult to catch them. So I'm thinking... we'll do Sungrius this time.
Archbeast Sungris.
Oh, Sungris, okay. We'll just do him for now. Adding the extra flame to their pyre is going to be kind of annoying, but we can offset that by using the flame of our own. So it won't be as bad of a handicap.
Rita, I am still very cross with you, you know. To think I saw in you a worthy heir. Not just to the legacy of the Night Wings, but to the future of the Commonwealth. That traitor Volfred. Only a fool would be seduced by his audacious promises and his dangerous ideas. That, dear reader, would make you a fool. I have no choice but to explain it thus, so even you could understand. Now for this blasted right. Some of us still have our duties to uphold.
Pound sand, you crotchety old fuck! Oh no! The Nightwings! He struggles with his mask for some time. Please, have mercy on this knight, O Nightwings, for this knight knows well the limitless power which you most certainly possess. Then he squirms into his mask. Limitless power can only be the explanation as to how you freed that no-good Gilman. How? This knight must know. How can such a thing even be possible? Inheriting the loudest, clumsiest, ugliest, most obnoxious, least competent worm to ever sully the ranks of the Pyre Hearts, and seeing him to such a victory. Would that this knight could kneel, for he would kneel before your stupefying power. By the end of his speech, you sense Sir Deluge is not entirely sincere. Even now, you hear him snickering nervously with his triumvirate. It seems news of Sir Gilman's liberation has caused quite a stir within the ranks of the Pyre Hearts. Even still, they stand together ready for the right.
Choose now your band of traitors.
Vengeful Vow. If banished, an ensuing blast can banish adversaries in a radius. Of course, only Sir Gilman has something. Alright. Rather than the Typhoon bottle, I think it would be best if we use the Ashen Coal.
Volfred. Tizo. Bertrude.
Alright, here we go.
With that out of the way,
we await the ancient rites commencement. We are not afraid of you, especially not this night. Worm Knights, attack!
now begin. Glory to the Nightwings, first of all. Such chaos.
Oh shit.
Beneath contempt. Alas.
Isn't he? Toby's so cute.
Thoroughly banished by the scribes. Oh. Simply monstrous. Tizo doused their pyre.
Another most inglorious defeat is imminent. This knight can feel it in his bones.
Sir Deluge caught out.
That was bullshit.
Struggle all you like, reader.
No!
So close.
Damn it, are you kidding me?
Nightwings. 'Tis is what the scribes ordained. Unfortunate for the Pyre hearts. Empire shan't survive much more of that. Now, end the ceremony. And it is done.
We win.
The Nightwings managed to prevail. Their adversaries must be crying tears of shame. The rite is ended.
Now then, if you're quite finished making sport of us, then we shall slither away in humiliating disgrace. So, thanks.
There is much to learn from this experience. May misfortune find you ere the turning of the stars.
Man, screw you, voice. Ugh, what a dick. There proves little time for rest at the Black Wagon after your fellow exiles thwarted the Pyre Hearts almost effortlessly. Those afflicted with banishment sickness seem to be doing better at least, and expressed gratitude to Wolfred, Tizo, and Bertrude for their efforts. Just then, the lone minstrel appears before you. No words escape his lips. You can guess full well that he has come to indicate to you and follow him back out into the darkness. The stars above seem to be few and fading, yet one still shines defiant. The path to freedom reveals itself once more. Alright. Medium, the 23rd of 12th moon, 8:37 AS. A chance at liberty presents itself again. I do not yet know whom to choose this time. The group is so accommodating. Yet I know they look to me to make the best decision of all. We're fighting Chastity this time. Oh, I don't want to fight Manly, but we have to. Fine. You notice that the lone minstrel is standing there with you, regarding the night sky. The Gate Guardian and I, we have paid witness to the liberation rite upon the fall of Solium for a long time. We have seen so much, and so I am a bit taken aback, is all, to see something which I have never seen. You look upon the stars together for a while, then I wish for your good fortune and the wisdom of the scribes on your scent. The lone minstrel leaves you there alone under the night. It has grown very late, and you need rest. The Black Wagon shall have to take flight again come morning. Aw, Tizo, buddy, what's wrong? Oh, hold on a minute. Sorry, I had to pick up Bugaboo again. Anytime she gets down, I have to pick her up just based on where the other dogs are laying right now. Plus, I think she's starting to get a little chubby. So she's having a hard time jumping. Pamitha is tidying up the wagon with Wolfred. Bertrude is seeking moisture. Wolfred is tying up the wagon with Pamitha. Faye is nearby. Tizo's nearby. Songries. In the words of Under King Oris, the Cecil Janur, know you the sacred Mount Alodiel, the highest peak within the lowest lands. Then know that it is no mere mountain, but the fractured bonework of the world titan himself, the archbeast Songries. This one's bog-dwelling companion, Milithy, is too mild in her account of her ascent. 'Twas not a pleasant mountain hike, but a pitched battle, spanning 17 full moons. Finally, the 8 of us, we climbed atop the brow of old Sangrees. We merged our strength and struck the mortal blow, such that the archbeast shattered finally to pieces. Okay. 'Tis no mere myth that from the archbeast's eye the shimmer pool emerged, the sole means of freedom from this land. You find Tizo there in the black wagon, looking rather more despondent than usual. When you attempt to reach out to him, he barely acknowledges you. Aw, buddy. Tizo indicates that he wishes to be left alone right now. You almost run into Faye as you turn to leave.
Oh, I'm sorry, Reader. I just wanted to come and check on little Tizo there. I think maybe he's taken ill or something.
On further inspection, it occurs to you that Faye perhaps is not off the mark, and that Tizo is unwell for some reason.
Come on, Tizo. You're going to be all right. You might be the smallest of us, but I think you're the toughest. Though, Miss Jodariel, she was the toughest one of all, wasn't she? I so miss her sometimes.
Tizo appreciates the kind words, but still wishes to be left alone at this time.
Oh, don't be silly, Tizo. You know I won't be doing that, don't you?
Faye turns to you for a moment, lowering her voice.
Reader, I think Tizo would like a bit of privacy, if you don't mind. Though I don't mean to be rude. It's just, Tizo, well, I told him not to eat something. There was this, well, I think it was a mushroom maybe, growing in the corner over there. So I see Tizo sniffing at it, and he's always hungry. And usually I try to feed him, but this time I told him no. Because I know my mushrooms, and whatever that was, I think it was a mushroom, but it wasn't one, I know. Well, Tizo ate it anyway.
Tizo corroborates Faye's recollection of what happened.
So, anyway, I think that he's going to, maybe cough it up, I guess. I think maybe any moment now. Because when I ate things I thought were mushrooms around here, I coughed them up as well. They make me rather sick, kind of like Tizo over there. I hope that I'm not being inappropriate because it's not polite. Maybe? So come to think of it, Tizo, why don't we go outside? Because then I won't have to clean up after you, like the last time when you ate something I said maybe you shouldn't, remember?
Oh, Faye, come on. Tizo indicates he remembers full well and regrets not heeding Faye's food-related counsel.
Oh, don't worry, silly. If you've taken ill, then I think you're going to be fine. Once you have a little walk outside with me, because you're very tough.
Tizo is beginning to look better already.
You're my best friend, Tizo. I won't let anything bad happen to you. Or at least I'll try, okay? I don't think anyone could stop you from eating things, though.
Then she snatches Tizo up in her arms and whisks him out of the wagon with her. You hear her call back to you over her shoulder.
Bye, Reader. I'll make sure that Tizo is all right. I promise, okay?
Although the prospect of Faye administering medical assistance normally would give you pause, Tizo seemed to accompany her willingly. The two have shared a rather close bond since Faye first made contact with the group. For someone like her, who has lived for so long alone, the friendship must be mutual. And as for Tizo, he must be impressed that a non-native of the downside seems to know her way around food safety even better than he does. Oh. And we chose Faye as the one that's gonna leave, didn't we? Oh. Tizo, buddy, I'm sorry! Oh, no! Why does the game always do this? It's like it knows. Huh. Something appears different now about the sacred mountain west of here. The lands near Emperor's Ascent and Emperor's Fall appear ashen. Oh, Toby. Oh, my poor baby. Oh, her dog loves me, dude. Like, it's so comical. Every dog she has, or has had, has fallen in absolute love with me. On the other hand, the once precarious regions below, which you knew as the Temple High Road and Temple Sistren, seem swept clean by the elements. The lone minstrel observes this alongside you. Inclement weather we have lately seen, reader. We ought to be able to make landing closer to Scribe's Gate now. Then I suppose this means we soon shall see Celestine once more. Then I shall go tell everyone to prepare for landing. Huh. Okay. You sense Faye shall gain the favor of the scribes from the Temple High Road. You sense Volfred shall gain favor from the scribes if you land here. Faye. Since Faye is going to be guaranteed to join us in the rites. You arrive once more among the sheer cliffs of Mount Elodiel. Oh, Tobeans. It appears that Manly and the Chastity have already arrived along the other route. I can't. Tizo is digging for grubs. Faye is talking to the scribes. Pamitha is looking for something to do. Bertrude's lurking under the wagon. Volfred's feeding the drive imps. Tarek is humming a melody. Sandra is considering new insults. With some time to spare after having landed, you join Faye on a brief expedition to the monument of Jomer Manymain. Oh, are you coming over tomorrow, babe?
Oh, scribes, how can I better serve your will with my remaining time along this path? How can I better serve my friends? I sometimes fear my love for you and for my friends are set at odds, but I know this cannot be. Your teachings are of unity and solidarity. You and my friends are the same.
You return to the wagon once she's finished paying her respects. You have occasion once more to pursue your vocations. Faye has gained +2 presence for the next rite. Accept the blessings. Money, correct? Yes. Hewn monuments. You sense a potent serum here. The water that collects the base of these statues is thought to be sacred. Floating rings. Whatever gives these rings their properties, it has value, if only for novelty's sake. Old runes. Something forged in Mount Elodiel. If Ron has any Stardust, he hasn't actually had any for us to buy, so I might just spend it on talismans instead. Again, you stand before the Scribe's Gate, where the Gate Guardian regards you all above in the archway carved from stone. The exiles of the Nightwings. You must know by now that once the stars no longer shine, the right shall cease. For now, step forth. Okay, cool. I'll send that over to Deej once we finish up or I get a break here. Except for you, Tarek. You stay right there.
Salutium, Celeste.
Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared. And as for me, you shall not blaspheme under the gate again. Do we understand each other, Tarek? Aye, Celeste. I apologize for my behavior before. I shall adhere more strictly to my duties. Be sure of it. Now, each of you, come forth.
Please state your names and what it is that you seek whilst crossing the Scribe's Gates. One by one, your companions cross the gate, until it is your time to do so, and you follow them in turn. The Gate Guardian regards you all, then wades you through towards the summit. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Am I free to accompany them, Celeste, or shall I remain here? She looks at him for a while. You are free to accompany them, Tarek. As you will, Celeste, until we meet upon the summit, then. Oh, it's you guys. Well, come on in, I guess. You got here right on time, because I was just thinking maybe I would close a little early here, you know? Business has been real good and everything. It's been a little slow in spots. A little slow is all. So I was thinking maybe I should do a sale. What do you say to that? Falcon Ron wishes to know your thoughts about a potential sale. A good, well-promoted sale might be just the thing to shake things up in the slug market. Stay strong. It is important from an economic standpoint to not undercut the value of well-crafted goods. I say go for the sale. That would be nice. More stuff to buy would be nice for less money. I like this plan. You suggested Falcon Ron that a sale might be a good idea to liven things up a bit. Well, I guess maybe that's a way to look at things. And so then, I'm gonna think about it. Stew on it for a while, but no promises, okay? So, you buying something here or what? What's this? The Shooting Star! The bearer can banish adversaries by flinging the orb into them. A cracked celestial orb, once used by a triumvirate that ultimately prevailed in a liberation rite long ago.
Great eyes.
Definitely grabbing that Stardust. And I think that's all I'll buy, because the Shooting Star is 230 soul. That's a lot. Appreciate you doing business, and you guys be sure to tell your friends, okay? Alright. Let's level up the Ashen Coal. Okay, so... you know what we should probably do? Before we actually decide who we're going to take into the Liberation Rite to free or not, we should actually see who's eligible to go. Once more, the time has come for the Liberation Rite, where one among you can go free if you prevail. Freedom is likewise at stake for your adversaries, the Chastity. As your companions gather under the fall, awaiting the commencement of this vital rite, the lone minstrel finds you and regards you in his calm fashion. Night is falling. These moments, prior to each commencement, I must admit, they give me pause, knowing so much is at stake during the trial that is to come. Tell me something, would you, reader, to ease the waiting for us both. I have traveled far and wide, even beyond these lands. However, the Commonwealth, I know only through word and song. I sometimes think on what life would be like out there. If you were not ensnared within this place and free to roam your country, what would you have done with all your years and days, rather than striving here under the stars? What would you have done with yourself in the Commonwealth? You would maybe you would have tended the land, The simple life on the farm may have been your calling. You miss the earth where you are from. Maybe you would have sailed across the seas. The waters past the borders of the Commonwealth. Therein lies a freedom you would have sought. Maybe you would have retired to the outskirts. You might have gone where it is quiet and peaceful and enjoyed the stillness for a while. Maybe you would have fought for freedom. You yet feel an obligation to correct the Commonwealth towards a better course. I feel like I either would say we retire to the outskirts or fight for freedom. Because our guy's, you know, not a farmer, and I don't see them as a sailor either. I was thinking the same thing. You longed to find some solitude out there, though a different sort than all the solitude available in such abundance of the downside here. You would have lived out your days in peace, beyond the bustle of the Commonwealth, and in a manner closer to the olden times. Peace be with you, then, reader, wherever it is that your travels shall take you, in this life or the next. Just then the lone minstrel looks forth, and you see that it is time. The stars above, though faint, begin to burn. Alright, turn off the Titan stars. None of them are active. Okay.
The stars that yet remain aflame align once more over the sacred fall of Solium. 'Twas here that the 8 scribes ordained the glorious tradition in which you now participate. The glorious tradition which you and that instigator Wolfred seek to undermine. 'Tis my sincerest hope your adversaries in this liberation rite achieve instead what they desire. May the chastity soon douse those flames of yours.
Not
Let's get
happening.
on with the proceedings then.
I'm not losing to this chuckle fuck. You kidding me? The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the chastity, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Manly flourishes into the ground and grasps his mask in his spindly fingers.
Warmest salutations to you all upon this blessed eve. I am H. Manly Tenderstaff, and I must say that I am very moved to be a part of these proceedings. It shall be my humblest of privileges to return, quite soon I hope, unto the Commonwealth, where I shall dedicate myself in full toward the betterment of our society. I long to be a part of this glorious tradition, even when my freedom is rightfully restored, for is that not the case with exiles such as we are called upon to lead?
How you govern in your Commonwealth is not your business here. Your intentions shall be nothing if you not prevail in this right, manly Tenderstaff.
Oh, but I meant no offense at all. I shall serve well these rites, I promise. Why, I should think I shall be sending many exiles here into the downside to replace me. I can think of quite a few who I think would benefit from experiencing this wonderful tradition for themselves.
Then Manly covers his face again.
Now, as for you, Nightwings, make no attempt to undermine me here, and nothing shall befall you or your loved ones in the Commonwealth. Is it a deal?
Nightwings, on whose behalf shall you conduct this liberation rite? Choose quickly. May you heed your heart in making your choice, reader. I trust you are prepared to play the hymns with me, Tarek. Always, Celestine.
Whom do you endeavor to return?
Okay, the only two that are unworthy are Wolfred and Bertrude. But we are freeing Faye.
Faye,
Oh, you mean me? Then I get to go home. But the 8 scribes, what if they still want me to stay?
Who shall be at her side?
Okay, who are we bringing in to back her up? Tizo? Okay. I think that's appropriate, considering her and Tizo are such good friends.
Tizo.
Tizo seems more than willing to help Faye get home. Alright, now who's backing these two up? I think we should go with Pamitha. Rather with the contract, I think we're gonna go with the Pyre. With the Ash and Cole. I am gonna make damn sure we don't lose to Manly. Especially not to Manly.
The sooner we get out of this stuffy place, the better, if one were to ask me.
It is done.
Now it begins. Do me a favor, if you please, and stand aside like a good sport there. I promise to reward you handsomely once I am free.
Commence.
It seems to be the scribes so enjoy our company, the entertainment we provide, that they have deigned to reignite our pyre. Observe!
Something stirs in the sky, as if the heavens are to rain and reignite your pyres, that the right shall continue, ere one pyre or the other is put out. You're shitting me, man! All that damage I just did, that's bullshit. Alright, Faye. This last one's all you, girl.
And
We
there
win.
it is, at last. The Nightwings proved their worth.
Screw you, Manly.
Their adversaries they defeated utterly.
Oh, the music in these games are fantastic, babe.
Thus
There has not been a
ends the
soundtrack from one of
liberation
these games
right.
that I have disliked. They're all
And thus,
incredible.
The scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Why, this is an utter outrage! Have you any idea what you've done? You ingrates!
Oh, the voice? Man, now that you've said it, I can't fucking unhear it.
I can go home. I think this means I can go home.
She shuts her eyes.
By the scribes. By the scribes. But what will happen now to To all of you, can you not come with me? No, no, they say not yet. The scribes, they say not yet. Although I think your time will come. Your time will come. And I will wait for you, because I don't have friends back home. At least I didn't used to. So I want you to come join me there, okay? But now, the scribes are calling me. And so, goodbye.
She falls into the shimmer pool, then, and she is gone.
Goodbye. And please, oh scribes, watch over them, okay?
Faye has earned back her freedom. Faye is set to return to the Commonwealth and leave the downside forever. May she return in glory.
Godspeed, moon-touched one. Perhaps the scribes are watching even now. Watching as their glorious tradition draws to a close.
Oh, come on, Tizo's right there! That's not fair!
Now take your execrable companions someplace else.
You have prevailed in the liberation rite against the chastity. Already does the Black Wagon feel quieter than usual without Faye, who has returned to the Commonwealth. She is a young vagabond girl with an odd manner and an unshakable sense of curiosity. Oh. Give me a second here, guys. Hold on. Oh, sorry about that. I had to go grab some water. Yeah, here it is. She is a young vagabond girl with an odd manner and an unshakable sense of curiosity. She has regained her freedom in the liberation rites. You overhear some of your companions reflecting on this. Aw, buddy. Tizo is sad that Faye is no longer here, yet happy for her.
Oh, cheer up already, Tizo.
You wonder who, if anyone, among you shall be the next to go. Our plan approaches a key turning point. Let us ensure it soon comes to fruition, not only for ourselves here, but for our companions and our loved ones in the Commonwealth. 76%? We're almost at over 80. But we have little time now for reflection unto this. Look yonder, reader. The stars demand we go already. Let us help them usher in the end of all of this. You turn your attention to the glimmer of the stars. Their current state of disappearance suggests another liberation rite shall be coming very soon. The few stars remaining still shine for you. Find your way among them. Okay, what do we got here? Oh, shoot! It's getting even faster now. One more rite, and then we get to do another liberation rite again. Solium, the 26th of 12th moon, 8:37 AS. It is becoming more and more evident just how few liberation opportunities remain. I expect that they shall soon present themselves one after another. Then let us make ready and end this. Alright. If we go to Kelmer, it will take us up against Lendel. Ha'ul will take us up against the Tempers, and Gol will put us up against Essex. I think we should go against Essex, because I don't think we actually got Tamitha's story. We only ever fought against Tamitha in the Liberation Rite, and then once when we had to fight her normally. So I think we should go for Tamitha. Alright, then that's what we'll do. To the Ridge of Goal. Now the stars you bid you to return to the Ridge of Goal, where you shall stand against the Essence once again. Your adversary, Tamitha Thayan, likely knows the cycle of the rites is drawing to a close. Her last remaining chance to earn the favor of the scribes and then regain her freedom likely hinges on the outcome of this next rite. The cycle of the rites is soon to end. The exiles of the downside striving to be free, your adversaries, your companions, even you yourself are running out of time. Hello, Tarek. Volfred is inspecting the wagon, Tarek is close by, Tizo is arguing with Tamitha, Tamitha is arguing with Tizo, Bertrude is collecting mosses. What does Faye's Dreamcatcher say? The bundle of sticks Faye insisted on hanging in the rafters. She wanted you to keep it. Faye's status, liberated. Alright, what does the Book of Rites say? On history, in the words of Trieste Tithys, the Blessed Born, this book cannot accompany you if you should earn your freedom. It is to remain here for your successors, for it is bound together inexorably with us. There is no sorcery, however, to prohibit you from spreading forth its teachings. We charge you to go forth and share what you have learned along your path. Reveal not the rites themselves, nor the existence of this book. Transcend its bounded limitations, for it cannot be transcribed, as any such attempt shall fail. Beware of those who would dare to read it on the other side. Under their guise of seeking wisdom, may yet lurk a much darker demise. To those, to undo that which we strive to do. Alright, Tarek, what have you got to say? Following Faye's liberation, the lone minstrel has returned to the wagon, and stands as though nothing has happened here this night. He tilts his head a bit as you approach. Once more, the Nightwings have prevailed in the liberation rite, under your mindfulness, reader. A commendable achievement. Surely Faye shall live out her days in gratitude to you and your companions. Perhaps may she know seek Jodariel there, in your commonwealth. I think Jodariel would like to have witnessed what took place this night. I trust that, together, they shall make a formidable difference to the plan, which all of you endeavor to achieve. Now, for the time, Celeste and I are to return to our respective stations. We all await the next turn of the cycle of the rites. May you prevail once more, when we next traverse the Scribe's Gate. Until then, reader, rest well under the stars. He nods and leads you to recover after a long night. Continue our journey. At dawn, your companions are prepared to depart. Everyone is silent. Your travels are to take you back to the Ridge of Goal, but soon after that, the stars shall draw you here again. Oh, that's a howler. Bonk. How dare you, you Nightwing scum! You blasted fools. You cannot intimidate the accusers. We shall face you soon enough in a forthcoming rite. But first, we have another pack of fools whom we must vanquish shortly. Until then, stay out of our way. Screw you, Manly. Oh, hi, Barker. I'm such a menace. What do we got here? Hollow Roots. You sense an unusual presence here, bearing word of your adversary, Tamitha. Or, Volfred has a hunch that you may find something of value on this route. Oh, if we can screw over the essence, I absolutely want to. I absolutely think we should give Tamitha a dose of her own medicine. What do you think? Contact the apparition. Tizo is hunting for snacks. Pamitha is preening her plumage. Burchard's brewing something. Volfred is composing a message. Tarek is staying out of the way. As you walk through the dark corner of Hollow Root, you sense a presence of some sort which reaches out to you. It presents to you a vision of your adversary you expect to face in the coming rites. The apparition is aware your next adversary in the rites, Tamitha. It offers to sway the coming rite against her in your favor. Accept, and your adversary shall suffer a misfortune that inhibits their performance. Nothing permanent, it claims. Decline, and the apparition shall extend its offer to Tamitha instead. Yes, accept with gratitude. You thank the apparition for its generous offer and accept what it's proposed. A moment later, the apparition folds in on itself and disappears. As you head back to the Black Wagon, you cannot help but wonder what exactly it intends to do. Tamitha shall suffer a -2 presence on the next rite. That reduces her aura. Good. To the Ridge of Goal.
Hey guys, say, whatever happened to that Fae you brought in here sometimes? You know, the loopy one, frizzy hair, always handling all the merchandise? I liked her.
Oh, Ron! Wait a minute! Fortified Star Serum. Permanently gain +1 quickness. Fortified Sun Serum. Permanently gain +1 hope. Drag a beverage brewed under the purest sunlight. Said to warm the soul to whomever imbibes it for a long time. A beverage brewed under the purest starlight. Said to hasten the step of whoever imbibes it for a long time. Ooh, I want those.
You guys take care, okay? And thanks for doing business.
Yeah, let's power up Haoub's wing. Alright, so who are we bringing into the next rite? Volfred's kind of a must, considering we still have to level him up, so... Tizo's pretty close to a level up too, so maybe Volfred, Tizo, and Pamitha? Considering we're fighting against her sister, that makes a lot of sense. What do you think? Should that be our team?
Infrantes. Jare agitensa.
Yes, no, perhaps. Okay. The afternoon is just beginning to give way to nightfall as you and your companions finish making preparations for the coming rite. Through all the ceremony, you realize Pamitha is nowhere to be found. The last anybody saw her was shortly after the Black Wagon came to rest here at the Ridge of Gold. She returns just as you are beginning to plan a search for her.
Sorry to have worried you there, reader darling. Just getting a little antsy is all. Had to go and spread my wings a bit and shake away the nerves.
She is holding something back.
Don't you get in my head. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth, damn it. Damn you, reader. Get out. Get out. Get out! Anywho, it looks like as if the show's about to start. I shall be in the field with the others.
As Pamitha departs, you see that she is right as the stars above begin to shine. You know she is about to face her sister, Tamitha, again. You accept that it is a very private matter between them. Okay, so... Dulnus, Arazek, Endriga, Sungries, Bylanthius, Gandroth, Shax, Tattered Mantle, Yizlok. So all we have left to do is Unfathomed Plurnies, Zylvia's Horsehead, and the Time Singer Harn. Let's go with Zylvius.
Zylvius Horseheaded. Reader, it seems the stars once more have mustered wherewithal to usher in the rites. The sky grows dimmer by the day. An age is ending. Surely you must know by now that you shall never all be free. Yet still you struggle to fulfill some senseless plan. But I digress, of course. Some of us still honor the tradition. Some of us hold dear the teachings of the scribes.
The winged exiles of the Essence take position opposite your own companions, and their leader soon asserts herself. Pamitha, come forth. No trickery this time. She appears as asked, though remains silent as her blood sister studies her for a time. Tamitha then reaches for her mask.
You look weary to me, sister. Oh, too little sleep, I guess. I do get rather anxious sometimes on the night before one of these things. It can be a lot of pressure. Understandable.
The two of them say nothing for a time. You cannot discern what they are thinking. The highway remnants all seem to be very mentally acute, trained as they are from birth. Soon enough, Pamitha cuts through the tension, her tone light as ever.
So, given further thought to my proposal then?
I have.
And I think that now is not the time for talk. Besides, your comrades there, surely you give them pause. Even now, they must be questioning your loyalty. What? But I...
Oh, cut it with a stammering, Pamitha. It is very unbecoming, you know that. And you be sure to tell those comrades of yours what you proposed to me. She dons her mask once more. As she rejoins the other exiles of the Essence, Pamitha hesitates before returning to your group.
I told her she could take my place. That I would keep her up to date about our progress, and that she could take my place if it was ever time for me to go. But you don't have to worry. For one thing, she refused. And for another, well, I'd better tell you later. For now, remember, you can count on me.
Choose quickly, your triumvirate.
Alright. Wolfred,
Volfred,
Tizo,
Tizo,
and Panther.
It is done.
You still put your faith in me then, reader darling, even knowing I could slip free from your influence if I ever so chose. Then, I shall have to do my part as well.
Face us, wastrels of the Commonwealth. The pain and loss of your defeat this night shall reverberate not only in your hollow hearts, but in the homeland that abandoned you.
Are you quite sure that it has to be this way then, sister?
There is no compromise here, Pamitha. Not for traitors to my country or my blood.
I understand. Then, so be it.
Commence. Ooh.
Crap.
The
Go,
Night Queens are
Tizo!
the first to strike.
Oh, that was glitched.
We let our guard down this early on. Come, sisters, pull yourselves together.
Stand not in glory's path.
Oh my gosh,
Fire
damn it.
weakens. No mercy shown. Oh. Vampire flames grow weak. Be gone. Banishment for all. Glory.
Sweet. That was so smooth.
Oh my word.
God, I love Tizo. Ooh, that was close.
There.
Damn it. Why wouldn't he go? Wolfred, what are you doing, my guy?
Banished.
No, Tizo!
Oh. And it is done.
There we go.
The blasted night wings prevailed somehow. Most excellently done this time, I must admit.
Woohoo!
Thus end this night's proceedings.
You win, blood sister. You win. I don't suppose that means you'll reconsider.
You know that I cannot. We were always obstinate, but in that regard and all others which count for anything, you are inferior to me. Remember that. What you offered me is meaningless. I shall free myself without your help, or that of anyone. Now then, farewell.
Wait! What of your comrades, the Essence? You must need them at least.
Mincing my words as ever, Pamitha. Know that I do love you, in a way. Is that what you wish to hear? But my purpose is plain, and you stand in its way. You are a fool to think my freedom is my goal. My freedom is a means to an end, the likes of which you never would abide. Do you think that you could sway me from my purpose, Pamitha? Pamitha remains silent for some time.
Concilia.
No, I think that you will struggle to destroy the Commonwealth, no matter what it takes. No matter if, in doing so, you are destroyed instead. Just so. So then, you understand me after all.
Pamitha does not turn to watch her blood sister depart.
The rites do tend to teach something of trust.
A hidden power, a terrible, unbridled fury, seems to have awakened within Tizo. All in all, he seems pretty enthusiastic about it.
Praise be to Ha'ub the Swallow. I knew someday that even Wolfred there would see the light.
Long did I bide my time in anticipation that one day the Nightwings would reform under a common cause. To be a part of it myself, it nourishes the spirit.
I knew immediately what upgrade I was going to get for him.
Now go and wallow in the downside for a while.
Inside the wagon, after beating the essence, Tizo is discussing aspects of the outcome with the others when the lone minstrel seeks you out. Pardon the interruption, reader, though I need to ask a moment of your time while the night is clear enough for you to see. Please, come have a look outside. Perhaps the news of your next destination may further stir the hearts of your companions. Among the what stars yet remain shining in the night, one of them now burns as bright as ever you have seen. The path to freedom calls you again. Answer the call. Lundium, the 28th of 12th moon, 837. By now, most of the triumvirants whom we have faced no longer have any real chance of earning sufficient favor to regain their freedom. Perhaps we were always due to share the same fate. This time, for sure, we're going against the Withdrawn. So it'll be against, Udmilda and, the Crones. Yep. This will be the 4th time we have beaten them if we win. The cycle turns even more quickly now, until such a time as it shall shudder to a halt. He makes a sound then, almost like a laugh. I forget myself, reader. I should not say such things. The scribes, they would say that one ought focus on the path in front of them. When we set forth to walk a long and labored path, it can all be too much. If we stand back and look upon it as a whole, we may well decide to turn around. But if we begin to walk, whilst casting our gaze down, and whilst resisting well the urge to look too far forward, we may make steady, careful progress. Soon enough, we may arrive where we endeavored. The lone minstrel bids you good evening, and you best retire for the night. For when daylight comes, it shall again be time to take to the skies. Zilvius Horsehead. In the words of Under King Oris, the Cecil Janur, without warning from the cinders and seething rock that gushed from the sea and soil at the foot of Black Basin, rose the mare titan, Zilvius. She broke the land beneath her burning hooves, whinnying vengeance upon those who had thwarted, Dolans. We, the 8, were divided then, and blinded by the smoke and heat and thunder. But for the grace of Mother Trieste Tithys, all would have been lost. With unwavering concentration did Saint Trieste then invoke the old enchantments, inscribed upon the holy scepter which she bore. The land burst into starlight, rending Zilvius in twain. Her visage now strikes fear into the hearts of her foul kind, not ours. Tizo is napping. Pamitha's close by. Bertrude's shedding her skin. Ew. Give me the mushrooms. Thank you. Wolfred is reviewing the plan, and Tarek is out on his own. Despite Pamitha's mental conditioning, you can tell something is troubling her. She won't listen to a word I say. Not one damn word. If she weren't my blood sister, I should think I'd hate her guts as much as she hates mine. She shakes her head. I should apologize to you and everyone. I sought out Tamitha without asking your leave. Figured I would rather seek forgiveness than permission. Understand? My attempts with Tamitha didn't amount to much, as you well saw. So, at this point, I'm hopeful you'll be more accepting of apologies than she. Though tell me something, reader darling. Do you suppose I'm going to betray you? You may know better than I do at this point. Pamitha wishes to know where you think her loyalties lie. Say that you trust her. Loyalty has to be earned. You believe she will stand with the Nightwings. Admit to having reservations. She has made it quite clear that her priority is to her blood sister. Of course we trust her. You express to Pamitha that you do not view her efforts of making peace with Tamitha as being contradictory to the group's larger goals. You understand why she did what she did. She says nothing for a while. That's kind of you to say, darling. Maybe others see it with such generosity, but if they don't, you need but tell me to depart, and I'll be on my way. However, I've a promise that I wish to make to you, and you let me stay, and I'll see this through with all of you, no matter where we all end up. I'll be on the roof for a bit, I think. You take care too, darling. Despite Pamitha's disappointment with the outcome of her confrontation with her blood sister, you sense she is less troubled now after your brief conversation. Maybe we did have Tamitha's backstory already. We might actually have all of them then. Alright, off we go. Back to the fall of Solium, one more time. Yes, it's not 2 anymore, it's 1. Good question. We better figure that out. But let's see who we even have the option to liberate. I think we should base our decision off that. Because we're down to only 4. Oh shit! Your wagon reels from the impact of some sort of massive object slamming into it mid-flight. False Nightwings. Orlek calls down to all of you from atop his wagon. Again you seek to climb that cursed mountain beneath us. Again you seek to take my rightful place. I should send you crashing down to it, that you might fall, as I have. He stares down at all of you. But I shall not. Rather, we shall meet upon the summit, ere the last cycle of the rites is ended. Until then... You bastard! Orlek, you prick! Okay, so... So we have a decision here. We can buff Pamitha, or we can buff Bertrude. Considering we're going up against Udmilta, I want to bring Bertrude in as an assistant, if we don't free her. But who do you think we should buff between the two of them? Okay, then let's go with Pamitha. Pamitha's kind of our switch hitter here. You make landing in the sacred Mount Alodiel after your encounter with Orlek. Orlek spoke the truth. He has a right to gain the summit when the time comes. Celestia shall deem him worthy, and shall let him pass. While he has transgressed against the rites, he has also already been anointed and prevailed. Nothing is written in the book on this, and liberty ought already be his. For the time, it seems that he has not yet traveled to the summit. Perhaps he is still making preparations with his fellow exiles. When exactly Oralek intends to make good on his promise, he did not make clear. For now, you are to confront Udmilta and the Withdrawn upon the summit. But first, you may prepare. Seek the Worm Scribe's favor. Later that afternoon, you accompany Pamither through the old masonry of the Temple Sistren to the monument of Under King Ores. What will you do when all of this is over, Pamitha? You're going to run away. Let's face it, you're probably not getting out of here. So then, you can either go live out your days under some rock somewhere, or maybe these, who you call their friends, maybe they mean it. You return to the wagon after she has finished paying her respects. The summit awaits, but first there is time to continue practicing your vocations. Pamitha has gained +3 glory for the next rite. Money, 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 money. Solemn Vow. To the Scribe's Gate. Ah, here we go. A messenger in with news and rumors from the other side somehow tracks you down on the quiet solitude of Mount Alodiel. The in-messenger pertains to Faye, who you liberated at the fall of Solium, and whose past transgressions have all been forgiven since her return to the Commonwealth. You learn that she was taken in by a well-to-do foster family, and was to be given a private schooling of the highest order in the Astralist traditions. A theocratic sect believing divine authority rests with the stars. They alone dictate the future. We all return as stars, so much the brighter should we live with glory. They promised her that in time, she might one day have the honor of teaching the children of the Commonwealth herself. However, she soon went her own way, insisting that the 8 scribes themselves were calling her. She started wandering again all on her own. That is until she located Volfred's agents. Thus, her wandering ceased, and the ranks of the revolution grew stronger. Faye also left a simple message: believe in the scribes. You thank the messenger in for the report as your companions gather to discuss.
She has the manner of a saint, that one. She knows in her heart the traditions of the scribes.
Tizo misses having Faye around, though he is pleased to hear that she is well. That one. Very powerful indeed. A sorceress of sorts. A certain air about her. Most intriguing. She better be more careful, else they'll throw her right back in here with the rest of us. The news of Faye's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. Your companions have all gained 1+ hope for the next rite. Wish Faye good luck. You return once more to the Scribe's Gate, where the Gate Guardian awaits under a dim sky. The exiles of the Nightwings. And you, Tarek. This is to be one of our final meetings.
Salutiam, Ceres.
Greetings, Celestia. The Nightwings are prepared, and afterwards, I would have words with you in private, if you please. It seems to me rather late for words now, Tarek, but I shall hear them once your charges cross the gate. Now, all of you, come forth. Please state your names and what it is that you seek whilst crossing the Scribe's Gate. Once more your companions cross the gate, one after another, and once more you follow them in turn. Celeste regards you all, then waves you through towards the summit. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. And Tarek.
Samea.
I, Celeste. You may rejoin the others in a while. For now, I would hear these words of yours.
Felanta, Ceres.
Certainly, Celeste.
Acertaba.
Everyone, I shall see you shortly.
The plains that sleep below, to the canyons open wide, hear the song of journey. lost and lonesome bride.
Nope, we're stopping to listen to this.
On the hill and in the valley, where the weeping flowers hide from the song of gentle morning. On the lost and lonesome bride, now he roams through hill and valley, and the canyons open wide, singing songs of gentle morning for his lost and lonesome bride, for his lost and lonesome bride.
Oh, that's it! I wanted more! Oh, that sounded so good! Oh, I'm upset!
Oh, hey, guys, it's gotten real cold again up here, but it's worth it. Let me tell you, got a lot of customers been stopping by. Okay, I may have been exaggerating just a little since I've been waiting here a little while, but I guess you gonna buy anything?
Bright eyes.
Sell the solemn vow. Sell the black cap.
Bright
Now,
eyes.
where's Faye's unique relic? Ametha. There's Faye's. Kilmer rope collar's amulet.
Oh. Eh? Oh, look white eyes. Oh, look white eyes.
Damn it, we don't have enough for the moon serum. Actually, you know what? We're not gonna use Trieste's plumage, especially since we're losing Pamitha, so...
Oh, look white eyes.
There we go. Okay.
Mama Santa Claus.
Oh, be seeing you guys.
Okay, before we start the next rite, my dogs are starting to pace, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna go and let them out. I'm back. Alright. Tizo is resting quietly. Pamitha is testing her wings. Bertrude is skulking in the shadows. Volfred is deep in thought. And Tarek is off somewhere else. Let's see. Thank you. Alright, let's bump Tizo's quickness up. Then we'll bump up, Bertrude's Hope, which means we'll bump up Volfred's Presence. Alright. The time has come again to deliver one of your fellow exiles to a homecoming in the Commonwealth, lest your adversaries, the withdrawn, achieve the same instead. The lone minstrel has returned and approaches you to await the signal from the stars. There is something that I wish to ask you, reader. Something which, ordinarily, would not have been my place to discuss in any detail. You have observed the stars. If you would not mind my asking you in such a direct manner, how many liberation rites are you supposing yet remain? Have you deduced how many liberation rites are still to come? Is this the very last? Perhaps the lone minstrel asks a leading question to break the news that this is to be your final stand. 2 remaining, including this one now. The rate at which the stars are vanishing and the cycle is hastening leads you to only one conclusion. You have not spared it any thought. The stars and future liberation rites be damned. What matters is what happens here and now. I'm gonna guess 2 remaining, including this one. You tell him the only logical deduction would have been able to make based on all of your readings of the stars of late, that there shall be one final liberation rite after tonight. I concur with your evaluation, reader. I wish to make certain that you were aware, so that you and the Nightwings may yet make the most of your remaining time together thus. As to what shall happen once the final liberation rite is ended, we soon shall both find out. But lo, it seems that we are called upon once more. Look forth. Here we go! Okay. None of the Titan stars are active. Alright, here we go. So the final round is going to be against Orlek, by the sounds of it. Our final liberation rite is going to be against the fallen Nightwings.
Reader, I would ask that you think back for just a moment, if you please. When you first looked upon the Book of Rites, think back upon the words that it revealed. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Would that the scribes were here among us still. I would not sing your praises to them, rest assured. I trust that you shall savor this occasion. You shan't have to oblige me for much longer.
Loser! The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the withdrawn, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respect that you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. The bog dweller Udnilda appears from the shadows and reaches for her mask. We are known to be the witch Udnilda, our adversaries. They are nothing to us, or the one we serve. Ye all shall be devoured in the coming of age, an age of strife, brought down by the fell wings and many sea eyes, of Yislok, the Astral Born. You speak blasphemy upon this sacred site, Ramona. If you value your liberty, then I suggest you cease your mockery of the scribes. The scribes! They failed to stop Yislok, and he shall rise again. As for ye Nightwings, ye are of no consequence in Yislok's grand design. She dons her mask once more. Soon we shall return unto the land, which Yislok shall usurp, where we shall offer him our blood, and that of many, many others. Nightwings, your choice. In which name shall you conduct this liberation rite?
Pensate, lo rigas.
If you I wish you the wisdom of the scribes in making your choice, reader. And I wish you to come prepare our song with me, Tarek.
Whom shall you attempt to send home this time?
Alright, Volfred is the only one that's unworthy, but we all agree it's gonna be Pamitha.
Pamitha.
So I'm going to get my shot at all this then. How very thoughtful of you, reader darling.
Who shall stand with her?
Bertrude?
Bertrude.
Then we shall do what is within our power for this one. Alright, who's backing these two up? Tizo? Alright, bring in our ace hitter.
Tizo.
Tizo is determined to help the Nightwings prevail in the liberation rite.
The choice is cast.
Yislok, very soon we shall release thee. We shall release thee. And as for ye, Nightwings, we have much in store for ye.
Commence.
Damn. Shit. Go Tizo! Oh! That's so interesting. I didn't notice that before. Every single time we do one of these liberation rites, the song that Tarek and Celestia is singing, they've got different words. It's all about the different triumvirates that we're fighting. That's such a nice detail. I like that. Yislok, we invoke thee, for we seek thy ancient strength. Befoul our enemies within thy blood. Damnation to the Nightwings. Damnation to the scribes. The evocation of Yislok, your adversary which would yield us curse, shall summon forth dark pools of banishing ichor. Whosoever any exile is banished here this night. Double banishment. No, you don't. Come on. Shit. Damn it.
There it is.
We did it.
Last.
That was close. We actually almost lost that one.
Blasted Nightwing. scribes proved their worth.
We did it!
Rather convincingly, I must admit.
That's another win for us! Yay!
Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Night Wings shall be free.
He sounds so
Absolved
mad.
of all misdeeds. Return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Know that this affront against Yislak has been recorded, and his vengeance shall darken the skies. Again, another nice detail. Whichever of the scribes is most, like, in tune with the exile that we free, that's the statue that goes up. Very cool.
So, what am I? Supposed to give a speech or something then? Reader, darling, all of you, look. I have no idea still why you picked me. Well, I do have one, but I don't think it's right. If you'd wanted to get rid of me by now, you needn't have gone to such lengths. And so, I'm left only to conclude that you did this for me. The years I spent down here, in one sense, they've all been such a waste. Just utterly for nothing. Spectacularly so. I thought that my relationship with Tamitha had nowhere left to go but up. But, well, you know, not quite the case. But then, I think on what would have become of me had I made no attempt to set things right. Had I not done everything I have, I could not have lived with that, I think. I was certain that my life would end down here. I'm only now beginning to consider that the opposite may have come true instead. What I'm trying to say is, thanks to all of you. I mean that. Now, I guess I'd better head back to that damned Commonwealth. So, bottoms up. She plunges into the waters of the shimmer pool and disappears from view, though her voice still rings out. We'll have to see what we can do up there, provided that my sisters haven't had their way with it just yet. Anyway, let's find a way to keep in touch. But just in case, goodbye. Pamitha has earned back her freedom. Pamitha is set to return to glory in the Commonwealth and leave the downside forever. May she return in glory.
Godspeed, Pamitha Thane. The cycle of the rites is nearly at an end.
This is it. Tizo, Volfred, and Bertrude. This is our final team. They're the ones who are going to go up against Orlek. You return to the wagon after having prevailed against the Withdrawn in the Liberation Rite. A fortuitous result. Tizo is pleased that Pamitha is finally free. You succeeded in liberating Pamitha, who was returned to the Commonwealth in glory. Pamitha, she is an outcast of the winged high-wing remnants, the Commonwealth's hated enemies. She has regained her freedom in a liberation rite. The last light of the stars still shines for us above. At this point, what is to become of our plan needn't be the subject of our speculation. I trust that we'll learn the outcome soon enough. 84%! Our actions to this point shall pave the way, perhaps our faith as well. So let's for now focus on this. We stand upon the brink of the last turn of the cycle of the rites. Soon, we shall have a final chance to get one of you home. Now, reader, up for a little stargazing. Let's see where in the downside we shall be returning for these final rites. You You turn back towards the darkness to look upon the last few stars too stubborn to relinquish their light. The scribe stars yet burn for you atop the sacred mountain. Determine where they lead. Ha'ub, Gol again, Jomer, and that's it. One more liberation rite, and we're on to our final one. Oh, check it out. The Withdrawn are out. The Withdrawn no longer have any real chance at freedom before the rites have ended. Oh, well, I mean, I guess that's a good thing. We managed to knock them out of the running, so... Finium, the first of First Moon, 8:38 AS. I cannot stop thinking about what would happen if we fail. Less so to those of us who remain trapped here, but rather to those who have returned to the Commonwealth. Our final right match is going to probably be against Orlek. I doubt it will be against the Accusers, but I could be wrong. We might end up going for a doubleheader. Jomer puts us up against Barker. Ha'ub puts us against Lendel. And Gol puts us up against Ignarius. Is it wrong that I kind of want to go and kick Lindell in the teeth again? Ignarius, really? You want to go fight him? Alright, that's fair. Once more, you are to face the Templars then, although I wonder... He hesitates before saying anything further. You cannot sense his thoughts. I apologize. I was lost in thought there for a moment. Let us make way for the Ridge of Gold, when everyone is feeling more refreshed as much as possible. Hello, Tarek. Alright, what does the book have to tell us? On legacy, in the words of Trieste Tethys, the Blessed Board, Reader, though you shall always bear a burden, it is much lighter than the burden of the lonesome exile. Go forth and become free. Then join with others such as you, and lead with mercy, continuing to demonstrate your worth, and knowing that the Empire's fall formed the foundation of our Commonwealth. You shall cease to be a reader and become a voice both to the free and to your successors here, who shall take up this book when you no longer need it. The cycle of the rites shall see to it that you and others like you shall be liberated. Ere the coming of another age, may the stars shine ever brightly on us all. Pamitha's moonshine, kept close in hand on the off chance of a good occasion. Pamitha wanted you to have it. Bertrude's building a fire, Wolfred's taking inventory, Tarek's nearby, and Tizo's up in the rafters. Soulless Shell! The sparkly thing in the center is in fact its heart. Oh, we already looked at that. No wait, that's new. Only a monster would attempt to remove the heart, or would have the strength. Interesting. Mushroom. Fruit. The Lone Minstrel has returned already to the wagon, after Pamitha's homecoming to the Commonwealth and the Liberation Rite. Your companions are most grateful to you, Reader. Would that Ruki could have been here with the rest of them to witness Pamitha's glorious return. I trust that they soon shall reunite there in your Commonwealth, where they may yet contribute to the outcome of your plan, and thus create a place that welcomes all of you. May you and your companions to continue to prevail thus. For now, Celeste and I are to return to our respective roles until we meet again in the Scribe's Gate. Rest well for now, Reader. He bids you a good night's rest. Okay, let's get moving. It is daybreak. You are to set now forth for the Ridge of Gold, for what appears to be the final time. Thereafter, you shall return here, for one exile's final chance at liberty. This might be it. We might actually beat the game tonight. So, the Nightwings darken our skies once more. You somehow prevailed when we last met, doubtless by cheating. Until our next encounter on a sacred site, I told you to stay out of our way. Get out of my sight! Screw you, Deluge. Tizo expressed an interest in taking this route to the Ridge of Gold, the Hollow Route. Blooming Pool. Wolfred suspects you may find something of value along this route. Alright, do we go with Tizo or Wolfred? Alright, Tizo it is. Repair the wagon wheels. In spite of having checked earlier, you realize the black wagon suffered some damage to one of its wheels. Tizo is already working on the repairs, but not having much luck. Tizo seems very frustrated about the broken wagon wheel. Hours later, and the wheel is fit for travel again, although fixing it took some toll on him. Tizo lost one hope for the next rite. Oh, it's only one, and it's for his banishment. That's fine. Call it a day. Aw, Tizo, buddy. Doing laundry with Wolfred. Doing laundry with Bertrude. Tarek is also nearby. Tizo seems to be in the midst of conversation with the lone minstrel as you approach the two of them. The little imp appears perturbed by something. And above all, he was very, very loyal. Fiercely so, in fact. All throughout the land knew better than to underestimate him, in spite of his little stature. In that respect, Tizo, and in many others I might add, your great-great-grandfather was very much like you. Oh. Tizo seems to be asking the lone minstrel to confirm he's not playing some sort of prank. I am being serious. Have you known me to be the jesting sort? Tizo seems to be admitting the lone minstrel has always been sincere with him. Just so. Then please do not denigrate yourself, for you are not only his heir, but you are my remaining link to him, and thus to all the Eight. And more importantly, you are my friend. Tizo is grateful to the lone minstrel for his kind words, and considers him a friend as well. The Nightwings need you now, more so than ever. The lone minstrel then turns to you. Is that not so, reader? Agree with the lone minstrel that Tizo is invaluable to the group? Heartily concur. Tizo is not only important to the group, but seems to need a boost in confidence. Respectfully decline. The Nightwings is an institute greater than any given member of the group. No, heartily concur. Duh! You concur with the lone minstrel's assessment of Tizo as a most remarkable and irreplaceable member of the group. He is an extraordinary imp indeed. And at this, Tizo rushes up to you and gives you an imp hug. Tizo is grateful to you for your kindness and your support of him. Tizo bounds off happily as the lone minstrel looks on. And there he goes. Thank you indeed, reader. Tizo sometimes loses sight of all that makes him special, a quality uncharacteristic of his kind, but not so much uncommon among yours. Once there was a time when he was the sole imp able to conduct the rites. Since then, however, other triumvirates have found imps with the capacity for it. They make for useful allies, no, more than willing to conduct the rites, whilst having no desire to leave this place, although little Tizo does have dreams of visiting the Commonwealth. In any case, I am certain he shall continue to serve the Nightwings faithfully. The lone minstrel bows his head on his way out, bidding you the rest of the good afternoon. Hey, there we go, we call it a wash. Tizo gained a +1 hope for the next rite. So what he lost, he just got back. All according to Keikaku. I meant to do that. Alright, here we go. Ignarius. Ignarius and the Tempers. You know, in a way, I guess this is appropriate. Because the Tempers is the last group that we fought. The first group that we fought when we started the Liberation Rites. So I think it's only fair that we end by fighting Ignarius as well.
Guys, I can't help but wondering whatever happened to that number with the wings. You know, the one. I guess she's kind of pretty, maybe, I suppose. She's still around by any chance? Because, well, anyways.
Ron!
Ooh.
Raise the talisman rank up by 10.
Great eyes. Great eyes.
Ah, How much do I need for that? 109? I don't think I'm actually going to use the Scribe's Rock.
All the great eyes. All the great eyes.
You guys really are my favorite customers, you know?
Starduster! We got a legendary talisman off that. Nice. Alright, this is our final crew here. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I need to look at something. Where's the book for the Titan Stars? 9 Triumvirates, Rite of the Flame, Greater Titans. Here we go. So, Andragora the Widow, Sungrease, Biolanthius, Dolnus the Locket, Limbless Arazek, Lord Gandroth, Yizlok Astralborn, Zilvius the Horsehead, the Tattered Mantle, Shax Six Shoulders, and that's all the Titan Stars we have so far. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright. I don't want to do this, but it's now or never. After making all the necessary preparations amidst the rolling hills of the Ridge of Goal, you and your companions await the commencement of the rites. It is quieter ever than usual at the onset of such events. The lone minstrel appears, bearing some sort of news. I have checked, and it appears the Templars have not yet arrived, reader. There was no sign of Ignarius or anyone. Their sigil is not yet set either. If what he says is true, and your adversaries are not present, then you presume the rite cannot commence. However, the stars themselves soon indicate you are mistaken. Uh-oh. This isn't good. I think this is gonna put us up against Ignarius. Not Ignarius, Oralek. Oh, man. We have 2 more Titan Stars left, and we're only gonna get 1 more shot to do this. We don't want to use them during the rite. Damn it, but we're so close. We're so close to filling out the book. But you might be right. Our perfect win streak is a little more important than filling out the book. Oh, I don't know. No, we're this close. We're this close. We're not going to give up our win streak now.
The Commonwealth, your home, Today it is aflame. Much like a stack of books.
What?
Aflame because of you. Because of your outlandish plan. Not that you care. Not that you shall live to see this place again. Your attempts at revolution shan't succeed. Though by all means, keep trying. As for myself, I shall enjoy presiding over these remaining rites.
The rite is set to commence, but your adversaries, they have failed to show. We take this as an act of acceptance rather than cowardice. It would seem the rites have nothing left to offer them. Indeed. As the rites are drawing to a close, some of the triumvirates who you have met, perhaps they are beginning to decide the stars are not worth heeding any longer. Ignarius, you wonder whether he would give up on the rites like that. He did seem rather disaffected, having failed in the liberation rite before. Perhaps he did finally decide to quit, for good. In any case, we have to begin the ceremony here. I ask that we end it. How?
Go on, then.
There's no one to play against.
Tizo. Bertrude. Fine.
We take no pleasure in snuffing out a flame disowned.
Lo, even your adversaries have abandoned you. And it is done. The Nightwings prevail by default.
I
Not that their adversaries
I got an
even
achievement
care.
for that. My only hope is that our would-be adversaries find some peace.
Boundless are the teachings of the scribes.
We didn't even get any experience points for that. Wow.
Begone now from my sight.
No, I'm not. We didn't get a single fucking experience point. I have to admit, that is pretty funny. No one speaks further of the Tempers back at the Black Wagon. Everyone is instead preoccupied with the rite that is to come. Tizo can scarce believe this is to be the final opportunity to liberate one of your own. The stars always shine with truth. The ending of the cycle of the rites is now upon us. He looks over to you. Please look forth, reader, and see this for yourself. You may well surmise where we are going next. The others turn to you as well. You turn toward the wagon's door. You know what you shall see out there. Now, however, the time has come to face it. The dim and fading light of the final star still pierces through the darkness, demanding your attention, guiding you toward the endpoint of your path. You see plain the golden star of Solium. Oh, check it out. All the other stars are gone. Now the sky is only red, just because of the Titan stars. The only place they're shining now is around Solium. Yeah. This feels like Endgame. Look at that. The accusers no longer have any real chance at freedom before the rites are ended. Look at that. They all withdrew. They're all out of the competition now. Aldium, the third of First Moon, 8:38 AS. The last remaining star shall soon be gone. We have this one last chance to get one of us out. May the scribes be merciful to us all. This is it. If we win this, we go for a perfect record, 26-0. If we lose, Oralek goes free. The golden star burns bright over the fall of Solium. Orlek is already on his way. Interact to challenge the true Nightwings here. Prevail, and one amongst you shall go free. The true Nightwings are led by the demon Orlek. Your record against them is 1-0. This is it. You are summoned to the Fall of Solium for your 7th and final liberation rite. Thus shall the cycle of the rites be ended for an age. You sense that if the rites ever shall commence again, it shall not be during your lifetime or that of any of your companions, even the longest-lived ones. The stars reveal to you one more thing. The adversary whom you shall face will be Orlek. Already he has crossed the Scribe's Gate and awaits your arrival. If the 8 scribes created the Nightwings in their own likeness, perhaps it is only fitting that the Nightwings should, in the end, be forced to face themselves. It is a shame that we should have to confront Orlek in the end. Our goal should never have been at a cross purpose. I am surprised that this is what the scribes desire. For now, it may be best that you recover until dawn. Regain your strength as best you can for the coming trial. Rest well, reader. The group disperses in an exhaustion state as exhaustion sets in. At dawn, you fly to Alodiel to make a final effort to achieve your plan and get somebody home. But who?
Foolish reader. Your so-called friends. You are accomplice to their hateful plot. They are exploiting you. You shall never have your freedom.
By dawn, you are already up and about after a troubled slumber. The Black Wagon is prepared for its final voyage to the Fall of Solium. No one speaks. As you lift into the skies, the lone minstrel raises his voice, cutting through the somber mood. Reader, a certain olden ballad comes to mind just now. I think it may befit the circumstances. Perhaps it may help to pass the time along our flight. Would you mind it very much if I were to play this song for the Nightwings? The lone minstrel wishes to play his ballad by your leave. By all means, a song for the lone minstrel may help lift the spirits of your companions at this vital time. Not now. This, your final voyage toward enchanted freedom, is a time for quiet contemplation. By all means, sing! You urge the lone minstrel to play his ballad so that all among you may hear it. He begins without a word.
When the stars align, the rites shall come to bear. Illuminate the signs, the exiles shall be there. All are not the same, but 3 shall be as one. Freedom in the flame, the end has just begun. Strength may break our own, but twisted make a grave. Together on their own, the journey shall be made. The journey shall be made.
That is probably my favorite vocal track we have heard in this game. I got goosebumps from that. Oh my god. It is criminal how good the music in these games are. Ugh. Alright. Our last choice. We can buff Bertrude, or we can buff Tizo. I'm kind of thinking Tizo, he's going to be our ace in the hole here. More than anybody else, I think Tizo is the one that's going to carry us to victory here. I agree. You touch down amidst the splendors of Mount Alodiel to make a pilgrimage to the summit for one last time. There, one final liberation rite shall soon commence. There, one last exile shall regain his or her freedom. All others shall remain to carry out their sentences here on the downside for the remainder of their lives. And in the Commonwealth, the plan of which you are you are a part of shall either come to fruition or shall be suppressed. Seek the Crone Scribe's favor. After having landed, you join Tizo on an expedition to the monument of Molten Milithy for what is likely to be the final time.
Hello again, great-grandfather. I have come to ask again for a favor, if you please. My friends, they wish to all return to freedom. I was hoping you could help them, just this one last time. I understand they cannot all go home, and that is beyond even your power, now that the Titan stars have spread across the night. Yet, by your leave, I wish to help them one last time. They are my friends. They are my friends. What else is there for me to do now, save to help them?
Soon he is finished. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Molten Milithy has shown you favor. At dawn, you shall begin your final ascent. For now, your vocations may occupy what little time you have left to spare. Tizo has gained +3 glory for the next rite. Alright. I don't think we're gonna need any money for anything else. So let's see what this enlightenment is. Wisdom Trace. Grants an exile 1,000 enlightenment. Those sensitive to the presence of the 8 scribes may see traces of them here and there. If this works the way I think it will... We did it! Long have we sought to fathom all the darkest secrets hidden beneath the light of the stars. Now, at last, the stars themselves revoke their station in the night, and we have finally achieved an inkling of this. Alright. We're as prepared as we're going to be, it looks like. Here we go. I'm nervous. A messenger imp somehow tracks you down in the ancient formations of Mount Alodiel and delivers to you recent news and rumors from the other side. Specifically, the imp shares details regarding Pamitha and what became of her since she was liberated at the fall of Solium. She found herself back in the homeland of her enemies, where despite her connection to the Highwing remnants, her past transgressions were forgiven. In fact, she was asked to join the military council given her unique background, yet she refused to cooperate and instead demanded to be reunited with her sister, Tamitha. But when they threatened her with a resentencing to exile and insisted that she take the opportunity, Pamitha said at last that she would think it over and return with a decision soon. Next she was seen, however, she was among Volfred's son and daughters of the revolution, where it is said that she has attached her loyalty, at least for a time. You thank the imp for bringing this news, and which soon gets your companions talking. We suspect the ancient enmity between the winged and the flightless shall not be soon resolved, if ever at all. Tiza wishes for Pamela to find her way and her sisters in the Commonwealth.
I had hoped that both the Thayan sisters one day soon shall join together as part of our good cause. The two of them can help lead us toward a brighter sister.
In spite of the mixed feelings, the news of Pamela's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with resolve. Your companions have gained +1 hope for the next rite. Wish Pamela good luck. You stand before the Scribe's Gate with your companions. The Gate Guardian is there, as ever, but you sense something different in her. The exiles of the Nightwings. We shall not meet again after the coming rite. Tarek and I. It shall be time we take our rest, I think.
Salutiam, Ceres.
Greetings, Celeste. I would tell you that the Nightwings are prepared, though this time I am uncertain anyone amongst us feels thus. We have a duty to uphold, Tarek. And then what, Celeste? And then? Nothing. Not for the rites, or for us. Not till the dawn of a new age. Now, Nightwings, step forward. Please state your names and what it is that you seek whilst crossing the Scribe's Gate. One by one, your fellow exiles approach her, now with sureness in their step.
If I may, my name is Volfred Sandalwood. I long as yet to see an age where freedom is one's birthright, and no longer are good people such as these forced to contend for it.
We are called Big Bertrude. We seek to fulfill the plan of Sandalwood, for we are fond of him and his beliefs, and then to go about our business. Tizo believes that his ancestors are watching over the Nightwings, and he seeks to live up to their legacy. Finally, you step forth once more. You are a crippled scholar who vowed to help their friends become free again, and who managed to come this far with this group. The Gate Guardian observes you for a moment, then motions past the archway towards the summit. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Except for you, Tarek. You stay right there. I thought you said the rites are not yet ended, Tarek. He looks to her, then over to the rest of you. Pardon me, everyone. I shall be there when the stars align. The Gate Guardian and the Lone Minstrel remain together as the rest of you depart. You have gained the summit of Mount Aloriel for the 7th and final time, in which any of you shall have a chance to leave the downside. This is it. The Beyonder Crystal seeks you. Thank you for visiting on such short notice, reader. I understand you have important matters to attend to. So let me be blunt. Please, listen for a moment then. I know this whole affair is coming to an end. All of it. I sense the binds that form the rites becoming weak. Which means, soon, you will not have need of me anymore. Not that you have needed me at any point, but still, my services will not be of any further use. I would love to tell you that this means I shall be free from my eternal prison. For some of my Beyonders, it shall be release. My accomplices are bound by weaker words than those which bound me. They shall fade away, I think, and finally rest. I, however, shall remain. She hesitates for a moment. Thus, I have a proposition for you. I do not know where you shall go from here, but I ask you to take me there, wherever it shall be. By that I mean, take this stone of mine and keep it. Do not just leave it, as all your predecessors have, each time their stay among the Nightwings reached an end. Soon, the Beyonder Crystal shall serve no use at all, except to keep me trapped. I am content to remain thus, for I have little choice, but I would prefer to do so
in your company. For I do enjoy your company, reader. This may not be much of a compliment, but I assure you that I much prefer your company to an eternity of solitude. I have no wish to see you gain in years and to eventually decay, whilst I remain unchanged. But I should rather have more years whilst having contact. Even if those years are to be brief, they shall afford me many more in which I might think back upon our times. Nor do I expect you to accommodate my needs, for I am well aware I have my limits in accommodating yours. That is to say, I wish you to go forth after this night and live your life however you see fit. For your own sake, may all this rights business enrich your coming days somehow. And, in considering that life after this night, if you think that there may be a place in it for me, however small, then again, I simply ask that you take me along. That way, should you ever wish to visit me again sometime, you could, and I would like to have that as an option more than not. My request here is a selfish one. There is little I can offer in exchange, other than what little my companionship is worth. Perhaps I could lull you to sleep once in a while. Who knows? Maybe you could try to sell the Beyonder Crystal for a reasonable sum, or something to that end. There must be someone out there with an interest in this thing. So then, you have heard my sad little proposal. What do you say?
Sandra wishes for you to claim the Beyonder Crystal for yourself. Agree and do it. Why not? Sandra has proved to be a kindred spirit. You would rather not part ways with her. Decline with all respect. The Beyonder Crystal is not your property, nor is Sandra's penance your responsibility. Duh, we're taking her with us. No questions. You grasp the Beyonder Crystal and set it into the folds of your clothing. Sandra senses this and makes a sound as though surprised.
Thank you, reader.
She is at a loss for a moment, and then...
Let us go then from this place. Go and face your last remaining adversaries. May you crush them under your heel and achieve the outcome which you seek. I believe you shall prevail.
She disappears into the stone for now. You have taken the Beyonder Crystal with you. Keep it with you. Check it out, it's not even in the wagon anymore.
Hey, guys? I guess you probably heard the big news, huh? Yeah, I'm going out of business here, I guess. Just hasn't been the same, you know? What with all the stars all fading out and stuff. Anyways, just wanted to say, you guys are great. And I sure am gonna miss having you guys as customers and all that. But I got some good news, though. All my stuff, it's all on sale now. And I'll throw a little extra here just for you, okay? So, enjoy. Maybe I'll be seeing you guys around, okay?
Henceforth, all of Falcon Ron's goods are 5% off. Great. %? Ron, you cheap motherfucker! Whatever. He doesn't even have anything I want.
See you guys again sometime soon, maybe. Okay, because I gotta say, you're my favorite customers I had all week.
Ron, we're the only people that were your customers, probably. Here we go. This is your final opportunity to liberate one of your fellow exiles and help fulfill Volfred's plan. Interact to begin the liberation rite. Commence the final liberation rite. Wish me luck, you two. I'm gonna need it. You have gained the summit of Mount Elodiel for the 7th time. Very few stars remain above to light your way as you await the commencement of the final liberation rite. The lone minstrel finds you clutching the Book of Rites, seeking there perhaps some bit of wisdom that has eluded you thus far. Reader, we may not have a chance to speak again after this. I may have to go. I wish to say that I am grateful for having made your acquaintance, and I shall remember you with fondness. I wish you well this night and always. Go forth with glory. Then he looks up, and he extends his hand in friendship. You clasp it. You see Volfred has joined you. All of your companions are with him, in fact.
It is strange for me to say, given the circumstances of our meeting, reader, but it has truly been a pleasure. Now, onward. Let us achieve our plan.
Tiza wants you to know that he has the utmost faith in you. Greeting one. Thou art both wiser and less irritating than most others of thy kind. We have learned something from thee, and we are grateful. You look upon your fellow exiles, your companions, with whom you have withstood the downside, and with whom you shall now conduct this final rite. Begging your pardon, but my time has come. We shall see each other again soon. He departs. After this night, the outcome of Volfred's plan, the plan of which you have all been a part, shall be decided, one way or another. For now, all you can do is strive to prevail against your final adversaries, so that one last companion may go free. You rise to join your fellow exiles as the last remaining stars ignite. The final liberation rite of the age shall now commence. The stars have joined us. This is it. A shame we weren't able to do all the Titan stars, but that's okay. Let's see this done. Having come this far, you need but take the final steps upon your quest for freedom.
Look, for one last time, upon the fall of Solium, dear reader. Hear me for one last time. For soon, the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining days. In that forsaken land where you deserve to be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated, all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves. Each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
This was a much longer game than both Pyre and Bastion, quite easily. The pyres burned, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. But before the lone minstrel can concur as per the custom, not another word. The demon Orlek slowly raises his clawed finger to his mask. The false Nightwings have arrived at last. Long have I awaited this. My freedom was once stolen from me. Then I was cheated of it here upon this mountaintop. You may now attempt to take it from me once more. He stands there for a moment, silent, and then Orlek dons his mask and stands prepared. May these damned rites cease forever for the misery they have caused. Nightwings, we shall not meet again after tonight, for the cycle of the rites is all but ended. Thus, I would have your decision. On whose behalf shall you conduct this final liberation rite? The one whom you anoint, or else the exile Orlek shall be returned. Godspeed, reader. You know what is at stake better than I. I have the utmost faith in you to make the best decision and conduct this rite with glory. Nightwings, the remaining stars of light grow dim. Your decision, please. It is now time to choose who, if any among you, shall go free this final time. The rest of you shall remain in the downside to the end of your days. One by one, you meet the gaze of each of your fellow exiles. Tizo, Volfred, Bertrude, your fellow exiles, your companions, your friends. Together, you have come this far, but now the downside and the rights conspire to tear your group apart and disrupt your plan. Are you prepared to choose this one final time? Yes, for there is no turning back. The fate of your friends in the Commonwealth may hinge on the decision you are about to make. No, the pressure is too great. It seems both cruel and unfair to have to make such a decision. Is there no other way? I mean, we can't turn back now. We've come this far. It doesn't seem right to quit right at the finish line, right? Right? I don't know, you two. What do you think? Yeah, I know we can't. All right. Here we go. With but a glance, you reassure your fellow exiles that you know what to do.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you.
We got Orlek's bio update now, too. He's got a full power Ashen Coal, so 40 plus strength to his Pyre. The other one has a Moon Crest, which is a Savage, so it's a character like Faye. And then they have an Imp with the Tailwind Crest. Just like last time, Orlek is the dangerous one. Here we go. The Shadow of the Past. A former exile of the Nightwings, betrayed and abandoned in his moment of glory. Lenoriel is the star he was born under. He was born on the 10th of 8th moon, suggesting he is devoted and faithful. His crime? Insubordination. He refused a direct order to return to tending to the casualties on the blood border. Motivation? Insurrection. This record shows that he harbored sympathies for the enemy and showed no love of country. He's been in exile for 18 years. He's been in exile almost as long as Bertrude has. He was repulsed by what he saw on the blood border, which sowed in his heart a yearning for greater peace. He tried to use his influence to negotiate a treaty with the Highwing remnants, but not everyone was swayed. One day, he received a direct order to return to the front line. When he refused to soil his hands ever again, they cast him down. There, in time, he became affiliated with the Nightwings and grew to become one of their finest rites conductors, until tragedy struck, and he was left clinging to life at the foot of the sacred mountain. Alright, here we go. Alright, little buddy.
Tizo.
You're gonna go to the Commonwealth. Tizo is deeply moved by your decision, but regrets that you were forced to choose just one. Your choice is cast. As for your other companions, you sense a clarity of thought and purpose in each of them. They stand ready to support Tizo, as well as you.
Who shall be at his side?
Volfred.
Assuredly, my kin. Besides, we stand against Orlek. It is fitting that I should have to confront him myself.
Bertrude.
Thy will is ours, Reading One. Let the remaining stars shed their last light upon our ceremony here.
Predictably decided.
Those are to be my adversaries then. And who is it, I wonder, who asserts their will over that group?
You sense Orlex searching for you, almost reaching out to you.
You are the shadow of the false Nightwings. They are nothing to me, but you would relinquish your liberty for sake of them? Strange. It is fitting, then, that I should have to face one such as you.
Then Orlex stands at the ready, signaling for his two allies to do the same.
By the light of dawn, the cycle of the right shall cease. Let us see if we can finish this ordeal before that time.
The sky above begins to shudder. The final liberation rite is about to commence. Tarek, I am prepared, Celesty. Then let our song this evening shake the stars themselves. Aye, Celesty, let us make sure of it. Here we go!
I am disappointed to see you here, Tizo, opposing me once more.
Tizo is very upset and calls for Orlex to cease speaking to him. Orlex seems to stare at the imp for a moment.
It is a shame that you are caught up in the middle of all this, little one. Your mind has been poisoned against me.
Tizo insists that Orlex is wrong and urges him to stop what he is doing.
I am sorry, Tizo. Now, I shall only say this to you once. Stay out of my way.
Begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
Uh-oh. Phew, okay, good start.
You wear the raiments once again. I could not simply stand by and do nothing, Orlex. Yet, that is what you did. When last we stood together on this blasted mountain, I fell. You simply stood. Orlex, what shall it take for you to be convinced I took no part in your betrayal?
Orlex seems to consider the question, but only for a moment.
Give me my damn freedom. Let me prevail, here and now. Would you promise to uphold our plan, to bring about a better Commonwealth? No, I make no promises. I owe you nothing. Then I am sorry, Orlex. My love of country comes before all else. More than your freedom, and our friendship is at stake. Your love be damned, Wolfred. Let us stand as adversaries then. No.
Uh-oh. Damn it. Babe, behave. This is not the place or time.
The skies rain ash. Soon shall your pyres all mingle with them.
Just then the skies above begin to rain down fire. The final throes of the cycle of rites and the ending of the age.
Pathetic.
You shitheads!
How he has changed, that Orlex. Grown old and bitter all these many years. Zap. simply abhorrent. Now go!
What the hell? Damn, that imp is fast!
Mere attempt.
No, no, goddammit!
Glory to the scribes.
I do not need you two distracting me!
Banished one and all.
Son of a bitch!
Banished all of them. A wonderful performance.
Oh. So, the false Nightwings bear their fangs at last. But that cannot be your finest effort. You think you deserve your freedom more than I? Then fight for it, damn you!
Well, now that was
You've gotta be kidding me! Ah! That imp is really starting to get on my gears. Oh my god! He's gonna score again. Holy shit, that is annoying! Oh my god, I keep fumbling my buttons! Fuck! All of you, you shall rot here! You shall rot, as I have, all these many years, you false Nightwings! You who would deny me once again my rightful liberty! You who deny that liberty to all the triumvirates you face and vanquish under the guise of these traditions of those blasted scribes! Come, let us continue with this glorious affair! Fuck, I couldn't cast the shield fast enough. Oh my god! That imp is really starting to aggravate me. Okay, hang on. What?
Powerless for now. Orlek flung the orb into the flame. Good.
What? No, come on!
There.
I hit the teleport button, game! That damn imp!
Beneath contempt.
Oh my god, no. No! Fuck!
Good. In the name of Solium Myrrh.
Orlek stands, breathing heavily. He looks back on the thin lake of flame that his smoldering pyre, before turning his attention back to your triumvirate. Okay.
Who?
Damn it!
All of the Nightwings banished.
No!
All for naught.
Oh my god, no!
Nightwings. The orb was cast into your pyre.
One more point between the two of us. Your pyre's flame now threatens to die out at any moment. Orlek makes a sound like laughter, but says nothing as he prepares one last assault against your side. This is it. It's do or die.
And there it is, at last.
Get dunked! Yes!
Nightwings proved their worth. Of their adversaries, the same cannot be said. Thus ends the liberation rite.
We did it!
And thus, the scribes
Holy
have
shit,
chosen
we did it! I need a minute. My hands are shaking so bad. Okay, I think I'm good. Tizo is lavishing a great deal of generous praise on you after having prevailed. You look upon Tizo for what you expect shall be the last time you see each other. Any moment now, the Shimmer Pools shall engulf him. Any moment now, he shall return to glory and join with Volfred's agents of the Commonwealth to help achieve the plan. Any moment now, the cycle of the rites shall end, until at least the dawn of a new age. Any moment now...
And thus the scribes have chosen. And thus the scribes have chosen. And thus the scribes have chosen.
Uh-oh.
No. Nightwings. Reader. What have you done?
What do you mean? How is this our fault? Tizo seems very concerned all of a sudden. Something is wrong. Each prior time upon the fall of Solium, the Shimmer Pool has opened, following the liberation rite, and taken in whichever exile prevailed. But now, all is still, and the light of the stars above has all but died. You sense a growing fear that it is already too late, that the Shimmer Pool shall not reveal itself again. Orlek approaches, his head bowed. The 8 scribes saved their greatest treachery for last. Then something else catches his notice. Wait. A sudden rush of starlights cascades through the stillness of the summit. The Shimmer Pool has appeared again, different somehow, but open. Tizo looks upon it, but it does not engulf him, or at least, not yet. It seems I was mistaken then. The 8 scribes, this is not their greatest treachery, it is their greatest jest. The Shimmer Pool is flung wide open. It seems that all are worthy now of freedom. Orlek strides towards the Shimmer Pool, but... Halt, Orlek. Orlek glances over at the lone minstrel, almost in surprise. The Shimmer Pool has lost most of its strength. You step inside, and you shall surely drown. Of that I can assure you. He laughs to himself at this. Then we have all been cheated. No, the Shimmer Pool is revealed, and one of you may still return as planned. But, as for whom returns, someone shall have to choose, ere the last light of the stars is extinguished, and the rites cease to be. This is the final trial of the scribes. The final trial of the scribes. Then, our confrontation, the liberation rite, it was all meaningless? No. The victor of the confrontation is the one to make the choice among those closest to the scribes, either the anointed or they who anointed them. Tizo thinks that this means either he can go to the Commonwealth or you can. Aye, it shall be either the reader, you, the reader, or... It shall be either or. Tizo, please make your decision quickly, lest it shall be forfeit. I do not know how much longer the light of the stars shall offer you this gift. It seems then that Tizo has made up his mind. Tizo chooses you. He wants you to be free. You're free to go. Oh, little buddy. Oh. Tizo wishes to give up his freedom so that you may regain yours. Very well. Reader, the choice which Tizo made, or rather, the choice which he gave, it is now yours to make instead. This choice, it may keep bouncing back and forth like this. Absurd! It may, until such a time as one of you is willing to accept the burden and the outcome of the choice. That is the trial, and I fear that there is little time remaining now. Reader, if you and your companions are too cordial with each other to accept freedom, either one of you, then I shall gladly take it. Freedom ought be more than some flirtatious trifle to exchange. Reader, what is your will? Who shall finally go free? Choose Tizo. This is your chance, and Tizo wished that you should take it. Choose Tizo. Your intention this night was for him to return to glory, and it shall be done. Choose Orlek. He earned his right to freedom long ago. He deserves his justice. Okay, this is going to sound crazy. It really is. But I kind of want to give this to Orlek. Yes, he might hurt us. That's true. But I think out of any of us here, it should be him. I kind of already accepted the fact that we probably weren't gonna leave. And I wanted Tizo to go, but after that, no. I'm gonna give it to Orlek. Your thoughts crystallize. You have chosen Orlek. What? Orlek, do you accept the reader's choice, or shall you make another? No, I shall not make another choice. I accept the reader's choice. The reader's mercy. Then it is done. For a moment, Orlek appears to be at peace, and then he is gone. Orlek has regained his freedom. Orlek is set to return to the Commonwealth and leave the downside forever. Accept this, for it is done.
Godspeed, Orlek. By the scribes. No stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites. It is finished. The Commonwealth. What shall become of it? What shall become of us? Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
I think we made the better choice. And I'm hoping that gesture of goodwill really did something for him. I really do. That night, the exile Orlek returned to the Commonwealth. He was to be the last. The stars had faded, and the cycle of the rites had run its course. He found the Commonwealth in great upheaval. Spurned by the efforts of 6 liberated exiles, Volfred Sandalwood's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. The exiles, the starless sky, pretended the return of the scribes. The people surged into the streets, shoulder to shoulder. Led by the 6 exiles, their voices shook the heavens. The leadership of the Commonwealth panicked. No blood was shed that night, and by dawn, it was over. The leaders of the Commonwealth had cast themselves back into exile, or joined in this new cause. Thus, in its year 838, the Commonwealth has fallen. The new Saharian Union declared its sovereignty in the next year. Among the changes its elected leaders ushered in, they vowed never to cast their people into exile, and they abolished the old Commonwealth decree forbidding literacy. Today, we still remember all of this. And we remember the exiles of the downside, whose deeds led to the dawning of our age, whether they returned or not. True freedom. When the cycle of the rites ceased turning, Volfred Sandalwood turned the starless sky and closed his eyes and prayed. It was all he could do at this stage of the plan. He aspired to assemble with liberated exiles representing each of the 8 largest ethnic groups composing the populations of the Commonwealth. They would stand together as the visions of the 8 scribes returned, inspiring the masses to embrace an older set of values from before the Commonwealth had tightened its grip. With the rites ending sooner than expected, this ideal scenario became impossible. Sandalwood's own freedom, for instance, was now forfeit, yet the plan did have contingencies. Fortunately, most of these contingencies did not prove necessary. Word reached him that on the night of the scribe's return, his fellow liberated Nightwings stood together, and their voices echoed through the streets. The scribe's return, inspired by the liberated exiles, the people of the Commonwealth demanded new leadership. Cast yourselves down! Cast yourselves down! Chant from the scribe's return. These former exiles, who ought to have disappeared into the ranks of the Commonwealth's own leadership, now stood united with its people, who poured from their homes in solidarity. It was imperative to Sandalwood that this stand against the Commonwealth be peaceful in its nature. An overwhelming show of popular support would be more than enough. Ensuring this was his priority, and in the end, the result was self-evident. The plan's goal had been achieved. Sandalwood kept busy after that as much as possible, providing counsel from afar to those who would be at the forefront of the birth of the Saharan Union. Our nation formed in 837 AS after the fall of the Commonwealth. One day, may we all stand shoulder to shoulder with a common cause. Of course, being stranded in the downside meant that there was only so much he could do. Resting assured that the future of the nation was in capable hands, he turned his attention to the remaining exiles of the downside. They might never return to that new nation, but at least they could experience its triumphs and its struggles in some vicarious way. So he took to his old work, writing and printing. As literacy began to spread again through the Saharan Union, so too did exiles of the downside take to it. For his part, Sandalwood helped to teach as many as he could. More than that, he provided the material to read, a semi-annual report about the latest events born in the Saharan Union and the downside. This periodically gave many exiles something to look forward to. One of his allies in this was the imp Tiso, with whom he had traveled all across the downside. Sandalwood often cited Tiso as the wellspring of his own enthusiasm for a brighter future. Such was the creature's spirit. He welcomed the company of the reader and the Nightwings at every opportunity, and counted them as trusted friends and a keen editor. You are an exile of the Commonwealth, sentenced to life to the downside, once merely the status of a devotion, yet now a revealed title in the Saharan Union. He was pleased to hear that his one-time friend Orlek had once more become a productive part of his society, yet he spoke little of their time together. As Volfred Sandalwood gained more fame throughout this land for all his sacrifice and his contributions, it is said that he remained steadfast about two things. The first was that the cause itself ought to remain in focus. The freedom that the people had achieved, it was a gift to be cherished, a set of values that needed to be nurtured. The second point he made was that he himself had little to do with the outcome. He would often praise the exiles of the Nightwings who stood with him, each in turn by name. He never forgot any of them. One day, to commemorate his birthday, the people of the Saharan Union unveiled a monument depicting him and the Nightwings as imagined in their prime. While Sandalwood did not learn of it until much later, it is said that he was moved to tears then by the gesture. It is since ensured that those of us with memories more fallible than that of Sandalwood likewise remember the achievements of his fellow former exiles and our cause. Oh my god, we get an epilogue for all of them? Oh, my poor throat. Oh boy. Okay, sure. With the rights drawn to a close, the Slug Market's revenues fell precipitously, and Falcon Ron was forced to liquidate his assets and close up shop. Yet, as sometimes the case with those of an entrepreneurial learning, this time of hardship led to an epiphany, or at least a sudden change of fortune. One day, Falcon Ron had a run-in with a messenger imp bearing news from the other side. Ron gave it to one of his remaining trinkets which could not be sold. The following week, the messenger imp returned to him bearing a tidy sum of wealth, a newly minted coin from the Saharan Union. Falcon Ron cut a long-term deal with the messenger imp then and there. Though his trade remained a gray area with a legal standpoint in the Saharan Union, the newfound fame of the downside caused Falcon Ron's goods to explode in popularity. He later signed an elaborate agreement with Big Bertrude, and found a distribution partner on the other side through Ricky Greentail, whose own business had expanded. Especially in the Saharan Union, Falcon Ron's goods are still known for their superior quality, though he assures no liability for any side effects. Several exiles of the Nightwings cared more of the plan of Sandalwood than to return home from the downside. The crone called Big Bertrude was a prime example. She had found a suitable environment to live within the dismal region known as the Flagging Hands. There, she had built up a thriving place of business known to many exiles in the land. With the rites having ended, she returned to her preoccupations, working away almost as if nothing had happened. When one gets to be more than 400 years of age, perhaps then even monumental events such as the culmination of the rites or the collapse of the Commonwealth are seen as trifling matters. Much of her effort was doubtless due to the influence of Sandalwood, someone whom she had admired now for decades. He had made clear that he could not requite her feelings for him. But what could have been hurtful dismissal led only to deeper understanding between them. By and large, Bertrude kept focus on her work. Whether casting small enchantments or imbuing talismans, the work brought her a sense of purpose, she would say. In the Commonwealth, her services were strictly forbidden, but in the downside, there was a real need for simple luxuries, which the competing slug market could not always provide. Thus did Big Bertrude continue to live up to her name, and the tale of her days with the Nightwings made her that much more of the living legend. Let's go with Tizo next. Once the rites ended, Tizo the Imp had a job to do, quite unlike most exiles trapped forever in the downside. The lone minstrel acts that he watch over the Black Wagon, which the Nightwings had used extensively for travel and for shelter all throughout their quest. Tizo obliged, for he knew the wagon, as well as its drive-its inhabitants, perhaps better than anyone. What became of the wagon exactly was never verified, as evidence of Tizo's thorough work. After that, he liked to while away his days with any of his friends or his fellow imps. Sandalwood sometimes called for his assistance, and Tizo was always happy to oblige. The two would often reminisce about their time with the lone minstrel. He often chirped about the reader of the Nightwings, with whom he built quite a rapport. The reader understood him perhaps better than anyone. Indeed, Tizo would often express wistful gratitude for all the time with the Nightwings, and their many adventures throughout the lands that was always his home. Other than that, Tizo would sometimes help interpret for messenger imps relaying news to and from the Saharan Union. Despite having gained significant celebrity abroad, he never let it get to his head. And he would go fishing in the Sea of Solace every single chance he got. Sandra? After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, records of what happened to the Black Wagon of the Nightwings became inconclusive and contradictory. Some accounts suggest that the exiles of the Nightwings who remained in the downside continued to make use of the Black Wagon as their place of shelter and their means of travel. However, there is no record of what happened to the wagon's contents, such as the Book of the Rites or the Beyonder Crystal, said to be haunted by the apparition Sandra the Unseeing. One possibility is that when the lone minstrel took his leave, he took the Beyonder Crystal with him, for he was thus obliged. By this line of reasoning, however, the Black Wagon itself should have been taken also. Others remain skeptical that the Beyonder Crystal ever existed, or rather, that the visions that it granted were anything other than results of an active imagination or a fever dream. The bog dwellers of the Southern Bog offer still another explanation, for they are familiar with binding enchantments. If there exists such an object in which the Sisters of the Ark had been expelled for more than 800 years, then the enchantment could have expired along with the light of the stars. What this would have meant for Sandra and the Beyonders is difficult to say for certain, other than it may have meant that they were finally released. Nevertheless, the fate of Sandra and the Beyonder Crystal remain unknown. Yet those exiles of the Nightwings who claim to have seen this apparition all spoke of her with degrees of reverence, or perhaps a little fear. Can you believe this, reader? Honestly. Sandra has appeared before you, as you well can see. They are so far from the mark with all this nonsense, I am wont to laugh. In fact, here goes. She laughs. She is referring to the account of her. You said she does not care for it. Well, let them gossip all they like. I merely wish that they would mention you at least in passing, when next they are at it. Though they shall never know even the half of it, shall they? Sandra seems irritated by the incomplete account of what happened to her. Reassure her, the account was relatively flattering despite a lack of detail. It could have been worse. Humor her. Perhaps making some light of the situation will make Sandra feel better. Remain silent. Sometimes Sandra just needs a little time to vent. She values that you listen. Reassure her. Wait, should we reassure her or should we try to make her laugh? Humor her. You indicate to Sandra that the real truth of what happened between you would perhaps make too levacious a tale, levacious a tale to be told in such a format. She makes a big sound at this. Perhaps that story ought to get out then, to think that they would go to all the trouble to make literacy accepted once again, only to print such drivel. Anyway, let us keep going, lovely reader. We know the truth of it. That is what matters. She fades into the Beyonder Crystal now, and you tuck it away for safety. I love that. That little, interlude there that she gave me. That was so cool. All right. Now, let's go through the other members of the Triumvirates that we didn't free. We'll save our crew and the Celestials for last. Oh no, 100%. Absolutely. I think we'll do this in the order that we encountered them, if I remember correctly. Alright, so we'll start with Lindell. After the final liberation rite, Lendell refused to believe that the rites had truly ended. He would sit through night after consecutive night staring into the blackness of the sky, awaiting any kind of sign that he might gain another chance at freedom. No such sign never ever came. His fellow accusers started to express concern for him. Survival had become their top priority once liberty had slipped from their grasp. But Lendell dismissed them as weak fools. He insisted, rather forcefully, that any evening now the stars would shine for him again, and mark the way towards his inevitable freedom. He was, of course, mistaken. The others in his triumvirate were left with little choice but to abandon him. After that, the exile known as Lindell the Liar was never seen again. However, there are since been sightings of a bedraggled demon who wanders the downside and bears Lendell's crude countenance, suggesting he yet lives. As the cycle of the rites drew to a close, it grew evident that the chance at freedom of the downside had forever slipped from Dalbert and Ulmer Oldheart's grasp. Thus, they and the exiles of the Fate returned to Jomer Valley. There they struggled to get by, as the exiles of the downside tend to do. Sometime after the rites had concluded, the Old Hearts at last heard the news that the Commonwealth had fallen. This was well after the fact, of course, but it brought old Dalbert great joy. Despite his forthright manner, he had no love for the nation that cast him down, along with his son. Dalbert Oldheart passed peacefully in his sleep before the next new moon. In his final days, he implored his son to undertake a pilgrimage to the scribes. Ulmer never shared his father's view of the scribes, but respected Dalbert's wishes, and so, after a period of mourning, Ulmer began a new journey. Not a day went by that Ulmer Oldheart did not think about his father, and give thanks to him, and speak to him, at morning and at night. Would that the stars yet shone, for surely Dalbert would be there among them, smiling down at his son, and watching over him and his kin. Aww, what a bittersweet ending for those two. But at least Dalbert got the last laugh in the end. Okay, then if I recall correctly, it was Barker next. Barker Ashpaw never had much interest in returning to the Commonwealth, for he always found its bylaws to be stifling, so when the rites ended, he did not care at first. He soon grew very bored. The rites had given his life a certain sense of structure he had always needed. He missed the raw anticipation of it all. He decided to continue conducting the rites just for the thrill of it. He bent some of the rules and replaced some of the objects, but it was close enough. His packmates, the Dissidents, proved more than happy to participate, and thus they ran against each other back in Jomer Valley. Gradually, other exiles familiar with the rites, as well as those who had not heard of it, started to take interest. They ended up giving Barker Ashpaw some healthy competition. His old feud with Rugi Greentail ceased meaning anything to him, and he forgot all about it amidst his new pursuits. Ultimately, even Barker Ashpaw, who had led such a directionless existence at this point, found something of a calling through the rites. Whether he took the rites less seriously than any other exile of his time, or more, was oft debated by those who watched him work. You know what? That's a satisfying ending for Barker. Good for him. Then I believe it was Milithy. Yeah. Oh, Nilda, there we go. After the cycle of the rites had ceased, witch Udmilda returned to the Flagging Hands region, where she sealed herself within the Pit of Milithy. By the way, detail I really like. Every single time we've gone through a character, their unique theme has played. Like, in the backing track here right now, this is Udmilda's theme. And it's the theme that plays when you fight against them in the rites. There, even her fellow exiles of the Withdrawn allegedly grew unnerved after a time, and left her to her vile work. Sometime later, the Pit of Milithy erupted in flames. So intense was the conflagration that it could be seen all the way from Jomer Valley. Arson was suspected, though the cause was never justified, and many bog dwellers in the region were forced to flee. A tempest blowing from the north finally quenched the flames. When at last the ash settled, the ground had cooled. The site of the fire was scarred beyond recognition. No trace of the witch Udmilda could be found. As for the contents of the Pit of Milithy, which notably included a profane object thought to be the remains of Yizlok, it was all gone as well. Back in the Saharan Union, Udmilda's repeated threats of the return of Yizlok were thoroughly investigated, and no credence was found to any of her claims. After that, I believe it was Sir Deluge. All his life, Sir Deluge had fled from one danger only to find himself facing another. He had escaped the war-torn waters of the Sea Dominion, he had escaped the blood border of the Commonwealth, and now he had escaped the rites. After the rites had ended, many exiles wrapped up in the ancient tests were crestfallen, as their last chance to return to their homes vanished, along with the stars above. But Deluge did not mind, for this outcome meant that at last there was no burden of responsibility weighing down on him. While most of his fellow exiles of the Pyre Hearts yet longed for the waters of the Sea Dominion, driven as ever by their impulses towards conflict, Deluge settled down. With him remained one of his companions, one Lady Seagrass, who had taken a liking to him for some reason. Reportedly, they disappeared into the waters of Worm Gulf, which may begin to explain the significant increase in worm population observed in the vicinity. Ugh, gross. Manly. When Manly Tinderstaff realized the rites had ended and that he could no longer return to the Commonwealth through this ancient means, he was outraged. He cursed the scribes, spewing forth such a slew of blasphemy as to be very unbecoming of one of his high standing and bearing. When at last he calmed himself, he focused all his energies on attempting to find another means of homecoming. He maintained regular contact with his wealthy family on the other side via messenger imps, and used their vast resources to explore other means of escape. He tried using an elaborate pulley system. He attempted to retrofit a flying black wagon with superior propulsion. He tried an imp raft, a hot air balloon, even prayer. Nothing worked. There was only one way to escape the downside, and now it was gone. Tinderstaff bankrupted his family in these vain attempts. At last, such was his shame that he retreated to the teeming woods of Black Basin, to Cinderroot. There he yet wallows, complaining to his comrades of the Chastity who still put up with him, about either his own misfortune or the latest news from the other side. As is fitting. Go and wallow in your own misery, you prick. Next is Tamitha. Throughout her exile, Tamitha Thayan was motivated by a single goal, to return to the Commonwealth and exact vengeance on her ancient enemies. When she realized the rites had ended, that she would never see her mountainous home again, she nonetheless remained determined to aid her people however possible. She had gathered certain information pertaining to the intentions of the Nightwings, who had formed a pact to regroup on the other side after the liberation. Other such reports expressed certain weaknesses in the Commonwealth's defenses, and revealed to the High Wing remnants the opportunity for a risky but potentially impactful strike. As Tamitha could not participate in the assault, she learned what happened well after the outcome. On the night known as the Scribe's Return, the Commonwealth had fallen. The High Wing remnants thus prevailed at last, without even having to fight. Soon after the fall of the Commonwealth, Tamitha learned that her blood sister, Pamitha, was an accessory to the successful outcome. Tamitha was very skeptical of this, but as similar reports kept mounting, she soon accepted the prevailing opinion, however grudgingly. Once, a messenger imp arrived bearing some sort of message, seemingly from Pamitha. However, Tamitha turned it away. She would not give in to her impulse to forgive. Knowing that the conflict on the other side had ended, Tamitha retreated to the crags of the Black Basin and grew even more distant. Those closest to her surmised that her inability to reconcile with her blood sister was at the heart of this, though for her part, Tamitha never once admitted to any such weaknesses. Hey, she tried, Tamitha. You're the one that kept telling her no. She tried. Once it became clear to Ignarius that the rites were drawing to a close, he knew it was time for him and the Tempers to call it quits. But first, he and the Tempers decided to celebrate, and that they did. For many nights, the revelry did eventually subside. The exiles parted amicably and went their separate ways. He roamed the downside then, searching for some meaning in his life, sometimes taking odd jobs requiring his brute strength. He never remained alone for very long, and took on many lovers in his time. However, he sometimes thought about the one that he had called Curly Horns, and what became of her. Though his glory days as the most powerful conductor of the rites had long since passed, he always enjoyed the fearsome reputation he had cultivated at that time. Good for him, making the most of what happened. Now then, let's start with our crew, in the order we liberated them. I think that's the most fitting. No, you know what, man? I have to admit, as we got to learn more about Ignarius, he kind of grew on me. He wasn't such a bad guy. But no, Jodariel's too good for him. That I agree. After his liberation, Hedwyn was instrumental in the events leading to the fall of the Commonwealth, and was vital to the outcome of the plan. The peaceful outcome of the scribe's return was attributed to several key factors. One of them was the underlying ambition of the plan itself. Another was Hedwyn's visibility among the people in the streets. Identified to be a liberated exile, he was believed to be Golgothanian reborn. More importantly, however, was one of the winged harps of the High Wing remnants accompanying him. She was later identified as Fikani Shang, a harp with whom Hedwyn cared deeply. They were separated when Hedwyn was... She's a harp! No way! Oh, wow! Their bond was symbolic of what was at stake that night, and proved vital to the peace that followed. In all his days as the leader in the Saharan Union, Hedwyn oft confided in his friend Jodariel. Despite her intense manner, there was no one whom he trusted more in times when circumspection was required. Hedwyn would often think back about the vow he made at the beginning of his quest for freedom. Although he cherished all the friendships he made, he had pledged to Jodariel, Ruki, and the Reader of the Nightwings that they all might be free again together. He had broken that vow, for, in the end, not all of them were able to return. A terrible guilt darkened his mood over time. However, the others whom he still knew lifted his spirits, much like he had often lifted theirs. All the Nightwings knew what was at stake. While the others who stood with the Nightwings were not able to remain in contact thus, Hedwyn thought of each of them often, and so, in turn, did they oft think of him. Next, Jodariel. After her liberation, Jodariel soon became an icon of the movement that led to the collapse of the Commonwealth and the rise of the Saharan Union. Her horns and stern countenance inspired the people to believe that she was Salia Murra reborn. She became a great if reluctant leader. In uncertain times that followed, Jodariel's seasoned expertise often came into play both in matters of security and of state. For instance, she conscripted and trained a team of volunteers in public safety. The community did not know what to make of such a cordial bunch at first, but soon came to value their service. They have stood for the people ever since, and we celebrate their founding day each year. She remained close with Hedwyn all through this experience, and they supported each other through their struggles many, many times. She kept an eye on Faye, who nonetheless demonstrated a surprising knack to get by on her own, though Jodariel was always willing to provide assistance just in case. She continued training on her own, a regimen that grew stricter with each passing year. There were those who sought to train with her, and she sometimes obliged. There remained one other constant in her life. She always remembered her days among the Nightwings, and with fondness for the most part. After that was Ruki. After Ruki Greentail earned back his freedom, he returned to a lavish welcome ceremony in the Commonwealth, as was the tendency for liberated exiles. It was everything he could have hoped for, and soon he was well off, surrounded by luxury, and choosing between various exciting opportunities. However, he must have given in to his better judgment, as he did end up siding with Wolfred Sandalwood's revolutionary force as he promised. On the night of the scribe's return, Greentail was there with the others, inspiring the masses. He never looked prouder, the very image of Jomer Many-Mane himself. When dawn finally came, it became clear that the Commonwealth that everybody knew would be no more. He realized many new opportunities awaited. He began quite a lucrative career for himself, manufacturing and selling replica merchandise inspired by the downside. His main struggle was to meet demand. An aspect of his conscience cautioned him against making light of such a thing, but the money was too good, and soon his family was well off, as he always said. One of his orders of business was to seek out one of his old companions, Pamitha Thane, to whom he took a liking during their quest for freedom. They bonded further over love of drink and supported one another through uncertain times that lay in store. He also kept in close touch with Gilman, ever the perfect practice partner. They would train together often, taking care to stay in tip-top shape as much as possible throughout the years. Greentail always did his best to keep in touch with all his many friends. He knew that he owed his fortunes to them. He made a special point of staying close with the group of friends he came to know well during his time with the Nightwings, wherever they were. They shared a special understanding that put even Greentail at a loss for words sometimes. I believe next was Sir Gilman, if I recall correctly. When the worm Gilman returned to the Commonwealth, he believed that he had regained something even more important than his freedom, his honor. Gilman relinquished his knighthood and declined an opportunity to serve as captain on the Blood Border. He was not interested in fighting any longer. Yet, as it's sometimes the case with those such as he, a circumstance soon came about in which there came a need for him to once again make use of his military training. Thankfully, however, the scribe's return ended peacefully. Gilman was on edge throughout that night, expecting violence to erupt at any moment, but that moment never came. When the matter was at last put to rest, then Gilman truly knew his time as a knight had ended. He declared to all those in earshot that he would never fight again. Unless, of course, there arose some other extraordinary set of circumstances, again requiring him to fight, but he certainly hoped not. He still trained regularly, just in case, especially with his fleet-footed friend, Rookie Greentail. He was always grateful for having studied under the reader of the Nightwings, without whom he would have never completed his penance. Because of this, and perhaps because they were on opposite sides of the world now, Gilman dedicated his life to them. By that point, he had long forgotten about his days under the leadership of Sir Deluge, his former commander. Breaking free of his abusive leadership was the first step towards gaining a bit of self-respect. Gilman never did return to his homeland of the Sea Dominion, and was content to lead a monastic life in a small residence on the hills. It was just high up enough to make him keep striving to conquer his fear of heights. Other than that, an intense daily training regimen and the occasional visit from an old companion was more than enough to keep him optimistic and engaged. He knew by then that honor was not something to be won, but a contract with oneself, to be renewed each and every day. Now for Faye. The Commonwealth had never provided a sense of home for the one they called Faye the Fair, so she was surprised on her return that she was so well treated. She felt uneasy about it, and besides, she knew that she would do her best to fulfill the pledge she had made to her friends. Even she could not have expected the impact she would have on the events that followed, which gave rise to the Saharan Union. Despite not fitting the imagery of any of the 8 scribes, Faye nonetheless stood out amongst the others amid the teeming masses on the night of the scribe's return. She spoke of the scribes with such conviction and sincerity that the crowd was very moved. After the fall of the Commonwealth, there was a renewed interest in the legend of the 8 scribes, and many new interpretations of their histories and teachings. Faye found herself at the center of it all. Her way of speaking continued to compel a growing audience. She swayed many people of the Astralists' belief. Soon, the 8th Word, a theocratic sect believing that the 8 scribes were more than mortal and their words divine. Surely the book created by the scribes was more than a fable, but a genuine artifact, though perhaps lost to time, which had lost favor with the people during the reign of the Commonwealth, sought her out, and asked her to formally join, and she did right away. Throughout it all, she would wonder how her little friend Tizo had fared. While they were divided now by a great distance, he always remained in her heart. She cited her relationship with Jodariel as the single most important in her life. Jodariel always provided for her a circumspect perspective and the wisdom of experience. Faye always was devoted to her faith, but more so to her friends. Many people in the Saharan Union cited that her gentle manner and unwavering conviction helped them brave the changing times with courage and grace. Pamitha? After regaining her freedom, Pamitha Thayan found herself in a difficult position. Having once betrayed her people of the Highwing Remnants, she knew that she would not be welcome in her native home. She did not trust the Commonwealth either. Instead, she found her place among Volfred Sandalwood's agents, who were busy doing their part to fulfill the plan. As it turns out, the plan was a success. Pamitha Thayan stood shoulder to shoulder with her fellow former exiles, and truly they were a sight to behold. A disturbing rumor later spread that night, the Highwing Remnants were slated to mount an assault, which for some reason never came to pass. Pamitha denied any knowledge or involvement. Afterwards, Pamitha played an active part in negotiating terms between the Highwing Remnants and the new nation that would become our Saharan Union. Her previous attempt at something of the sort led to her exile. She must have felt some satisfaction to succeed this time around. Sometime later, Pamitha had an unexpected run-in with Rookie Greentail, with whom she had spent a fair amount of time while traveling with the Nightwings. Under these new sets of circumstances, it turns out the two had more to talk about, and rather more in common. They would often put to the test which one was able to outdrink the other. It is unclear as to which of them prevailed in this contest in the end. One day, Pamitha received an invitation to return to the Highwing Remnants, where she was to be fully pardoned. She held out a hope that she might see her blood sister Tamitha there, knowing full well that Tamitha did not regain her freedom. Tamitha did later learn that Pamitha was welcomed back by their people. However, she never responded to her blood sister's attempt to contact her. Pamitha, in turn, did not expect forgiveness from her at any point. Nonetheless, she kept on trying to reach out. She said, to ruffle her feathers just a bit. Later, when asked, Pamitha Thayan admitted she felt as though she had no home to call her own. This was during an interview conducted amid an extensive trip abroad, for she had traveled thousands of leagues beyond the borders of the Saharan Union. Pamitha continued to journey thus, citing that it reminded her of when she was younger and could fly unfettered. Oralek? In the aftermath of the final liberation rite, Oralek at last returned to his nation, one he had not seen in nearly 2 decades. He scarce recognized it, after all. It was in the midst of transformation, a social and cultural upheaval, sparked by Volfred Sandalwood's plan. When Oralek witnessed the people of the Commonwealth standing shoulder to shoulder and chanting together on the night of the scribe's return, he looked on in silence for a time. Then he stepped towards the crowd. A murmur and a hush moved through the gathered citizens at the sight of them, for they had never seen someone thus changed by the downside. But then Oralek raised his voice with theirs, and they all stood united once again. History would know him as the Demon Doctor, a term of endearment that stuck even after his horns started to recede. He lent his skills and services throughout the birth of the Saharan Union. The one he had called the Shadow of the False Nightwings was someone whom he thought of often. He knew he owed his freedom to them. Having witnessed the aftermath of Sandalwood's plan, Oralek understood at last what his former companion wanted. Years ago, they conceived a version of this plan. Now, Oralek found he wished Sandalwood could be present to wish the reality of it. Alone with his thoughts, Oralek would sometimes visit the memorial of the fallen leaders of the Commonwealth. Though, other than such appearances, and notwithstanding his duties as Master Physician of the State, Oralek led a very private life. Few would have guessed he was once one of the most accomplished rite conductors in the history of the Nightwings. History, of course, shall ensure we never forget. Good for him! That's awesome! That makes me so happy. After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, the lone minstrel bade the remaining Nightwings take the Black Wagon and seek their fortunes elsewhere in the downside. I guess they're doing together. Their parting was heartfelt but brief. He remained there at the summit of Mount Alodia with Celeste, where the two of them would chronicle the final outcome of the cycle. Neither Tarek nor Celeste would ever be seen again. We know all this now through songs attributed to them. Some claim these songs originated in the taverns of the Saharan Union and merely were imbued with weight of folklore. However, exiles liberated from the downside corroborated each other's claims and having met this duo that presided over the liberation rites. Another folktale suggests these minstrels were heralds of the scribes. Having fulfilled their obligations, they departed the world we know and rejoined their patrons. One of their famous songs describes another, simpler outcome, that the two gave up their duties to the rites in favor of a life that they could share together. In any case, they are likely to remain the subject of such verses and such songs, for it was they who watched over the rites and ushered in our times. There is one more account which warrants mention. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known of them. However, some accounts of them begin to paint a picture. We know they were of common birth. Weak-framed, though raised with a penchant for learning. Their journey to the downside left them close to death. It was then that the Nightwings found them. They brought them from the brink. They showed them the path. They pressed onwards with the others. They made a vow to help their friends be free. Thus did the cycle of the rites commence its final turns. When the final rite arrived, the reader's freedom was at stake. In the end, however, they remained an exile. From that point on, accounts of them diverge. It is said the voice which troubled them they never heard again. Some say they opted for a place to settle down in the downside. Though whether that is true, only they know. Someday perhaps that reader's own star shall emerge. Then it shall pierce the darkness of the night in all its brilliant glory. Until such a time, and ever after, all of us give thanks.
Their journey began on a barren waste where the reader arrived, afraid and alone. When they arrived, the book of rites awakened the Nightwings and ignited the flame. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in our brain till the end. We sing of the last of the Nightwings who, having broken the cycle, shall live on in song. Headwind prevailed and strode the path that his heart laid before him. He has found his way home. Captain Joe Dariel, mother to many a foundling, she has found her way home. Rookie Greentail has proved his worth and returned to his family by the grace of the scribes. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. The moon-touched girl hears the scribes and the world all around her. they have guided her home.
Tears of the wise, ever faithful to the cause of the night wings. He remained to the end.
Sir Gilman the bold, ever in his quest, finding honor and glory, he has found his way home. Hameth the Thane, having pleased the scribe, seeking only forgiveness, she has found her way home. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. Bound together, spirits tender, strands unbroken, spines awoken.
The great mastermind, Wolfred Sandalwood, saw his plans turn to action. He remained till the end. The bog dweller Gertrude kept their foes at bay with her finest enchantments. She remained till the end. The reader at last made the night wings whole, having bound them together. They remained till the end. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. Now at the end, as we bid farewell and return to the stars, we shall find our way home. We shall find our way home. We shall find our way home.
Wow. I'm sorry I stayed quiet through all that. I was soaking all that in. That was incredible. Wow. The end. Wow. True Nightwing's campaign mode unlocked. True Nightwings? What? Oh, that must be the extra difficulty setting. I want to take a look at that just really quick. Yeah, here it is. True Nightwings. For players who have finished the campaign, your adversary shall be favored by the stars themselves. Base difficulty same as heightened. All Titan stars unlocked, and some must be used. Enlightenment requires to rank up rescaled. Cannot load checkpoints or restart rights. Book of Rights and White Loot fully unlocked. Slugmart inventory fully unlocked. Fates of Glory included introduced much sooner. Once chosen, this setting cannot be changed. May you find the freedom that you seek. So it's basically just hard mode. Like ultra hard mode. Wow. Okay, I guess this is where my closing thoughts are. That was really quite an experience. The story, the characters, everything was so masterfully done. I actually cared for every single character that we had in our party. I wanted to see them all succeed. I wanted to know their stories. I cared. Hell, I even cared about some of the bad guys. Bad guys, quote unquote. That finale was truly something special. That was the toughest match in the entirety of the game, and I almost lost. That was the closest we ever got to losing. But we did it. We managed to go through the entire campaign with a perfect win streak, which is amazing. Oh, and would you look at that? It actually ends at the Fall of Solium. So I guess if we were to reload the game again, where would it put us? Would it put us back at the Fall of Solium before the final right? I'm curious. Just kind of while I'm going through collecting my thoughts here. Yeah, would you look at that? If we really wanted to, we could go and rematch, Orlek again. I don't want to, but we could. The music in this game was good, but aside from the vocal tracks, it didn't stick out to me nearly as much as the soundtracks from the other games. Granted, we didn't listen to them in isolation like we did with Bastion and Transistor. I bet if I had, some of the soundtrack would have struck out to me a little more, but it was good. Like, the soundtrack was great. No problems, no complaints. Like, Mr. Cobb, like, he knows his shit when it comes to making this music. His soundtracks are fantastic. I have no notes. As for the gameplay, I'm gonna level with you. That was originally what kind of turned me off to this game. The idea of playing a sports game like this did not interest me in the slightest. But after having played this, my God, this game is good. This game is really, really fun. I bet back when this game came out, the versus mode for this popped off, because I bet that was a lot of fun. Would I ever consider doing it? Probably not. Would I play through this game again? Most definitely. I don't think there's a single one of the games so far I wouldn't play back through at least once. But maybe not this soon. Because this game, unlike the other two, was quite a time investment. I think in total our final clock time for this is going to be like 23, 24 hours in total. Which, for a game like this, is not bad. My overall verdict, though, phenomenal. The fact that this game does not get talked about as much as the others, I agree with you, Deej, is a real damn shame. This game is really, really good, and more people should be talking about it. I guess that just means you and I and Lauren, if she's so inclined, are going to have to be some of the people that do. This was such an experience. And I admit, you know what? I think I like this ending. The ending we got, probably the best out of all of them so far. Oh, I agree. They were all good, but Pyre's story really had me hooked. The only other game story that I think I really liked more than this one was Bastion. I liked Transistor, don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I think the other two games just hit me harder than that one did. Yeah. The ending for this was really good. Now, what's really cool about that? I agree, yeah. For you and me, the ending for Transistor didn't quite hit the same. But the ending for Bastion and even Pyre, that hit. And boy, did that hit. What I liked, I think, the most of all, which sounds really crazy, is that final track, the one that we heard during the credits, is dynamic. We probably would have gotten slightly different images and slightly different words spoken in the song depending on who went home and who didn't. That's a really cool touch. I like that each of the maps and each of the characters also had their own theme, which was really nice. Oh, I assure you, that's probably the case. Why wouldn't it be? Because you heard them. For the characters that we liberated, they said they found their way home. The ones that stayed in the downside, they said they remained to the end. Depending on our actions, that could have gone very differently. Wow. I'm kind of starstruck here. That was incredible. If we're talking in terms of totem pole right now, in which terms of the game so far are my most to least favorite, it would absolutely go Pyre, Bastion, Transistor. Again, Transistor's not a bad game. It's fantastic. But of the three of them, Transistor's just my least favorite. Would I still recommend people play through Transistor? Absolutely. The game is great, and it deserves to be experienced. That being said, it is kind of late. It is almost 11 o'clock. I don't know if we're going to have time to start Hades yet, unless you and Lauren are down to do it. Okay, well that answers that question. So no, we're not going to do Hades just yet. But next time we pick this up for the finale, for now, of the Supergiant Marathon, at least until I can get my hands on Hades 2, when are they going to release that? This is where our story for Pyre will draw to a close. The next time we pick this up, on what is probably going to be the finale of our Supergiant Marathon, we will finally descend into the underworld and go into Hades. I'm very excited to see where this takes us from here. Thank you both very much for joining me on this journey. Thank you all very much for watching. I hope you all have a beautiful, fantastic rest of your night. I hope you all take care, and I will see you all next time. Have a good night. Have a good night, baby. I love you. Have a good night, Deej. I love you, little bro. Take care, you two.